just part of every day of our lives, and it's not a very good part of every day of our lives.
The face of Baltimore's trauma center is speaking out on the juvenile crime crisis, why he is calling it a public health emergency.
It goes both ways.
Plus, a community divided after a police-involved shooting of an armed 17-year-old. Why some say the act was justified, while others believe otherwise.
Cooler start to the morning for sure, and we're going to see cooler temperatures as well today. Breaking down what we can expect for the weekend coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Thursday, May 18th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Let's get a look at our forecast. Off to a cooler start.
Absolutely. Yeah, Meg. We even have some frost advisories in certain spots here this morning. So the sensitive vegetation may have an issue through the next couple of hours as we take a look outside right now from our Towson camera. Overall, mainly clear and cool conditions. And check out those temperatures. Lower 40s in western Maryland, but a lot of us in the mid to upper 40s here, and even some low to mid 50s for Baltimore down through Annapolis. Definitely cooler than how we started yesterday. So your morning drive, maybe the defroster on, upper 40s and lower 50s here over the next couple of hours. And we'll top out in the upper 60s and close to about 70 in Baltimore City for this afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. We do begin this morning with breaking news overnight. An 18-year-old man shot in North Baltimore. According to police, this happened last night around 11. The victim walked to the hospital with 2 shots to his right thigh. He is expected to be okay. Investigators are working to figure out exactly where that shooting happened. Anyone with information is asked to contact police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is on your screen. It's 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In a city in crisis, Baltimore is dealing with an unrelenting wave of juvenile crime. And now the surgeons who work so hard to save lives say something needs to be done to save young people. Shock trauma's Dr. Thomas Scalea spoke to our Maxine Stryker about what he is calling a public health emergency.
Without shock trauma, where would Baltimore be? How much higher would the homicide count be every year?
A lot.
Yeah.
More than 100?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see 700 or 800 gunshot wounds this year if the year continues along as it has. 100 is not out of the question.
And how crazy is it to think about that? What if you guys weren't here, you know?
It's, I think about that more than every once in a while, including right now as I think about this young kid that we just finished taking care of.
Scalea says that he almost didn't make his interview with us as he was in surgery after a young person came in with stab wounds. Surgeons say it's an all too common sight.
Are you able to go home at night and turn your brains off and not think about these kids that you're treating?
I don't think so. What we're doing is harming a whole generation of citizens, of children. It is just not right that the #1 cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
You can see Maxine Stryker's full interview with Dr. Scalea on foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, residents are divided over a police-involved shooting of a 17-year-old. That shooting unfolded last Thursday. Investigators say Detective Cedric Ellaby was sitting on a stoop with the teenager before he noticed the teen might be armed. Ellaby then approached the teen, who then took off, leading to a chase and the officer firing 4 shots. Just moments after the shooting, outrage from people in the community.
Back up, back up, back up, back.
Many residents feeling outrage about the shooting, while others are expressing outrage about the illegal guns on city streets and the people using them.
You waited to that man to get up and run to shoot him in his back. Now how that look to y'all? If he said he knew he had something on him, why you ain't just grab him right then and there? Why you waited till he running to shoot that man in his back?
It goes both ways. They know it's illegal to do this, illegal to do that, but it's just like they just want to do what they want to do. Yeah, regardless of consequences.
Get the gun from him. Because with the gun on him, you don't know what he's capable of doing. Is he going to shoot somebody? What's he going to do with the gun? Sell it? Give it to somebody? You don't know.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison declining to say whether the shooting violated department policy. Meanwhile, police say that the teen could face criminal charges after he is released from the hospital. City prosecutors will make that decision. First responders addressing Baltimore City Council members about delayed response times, overworked personnel, and equipment pushed to the limits. Baltimore's Assistant EMS Chief James Matt saying that crews spend 60% of the workday on calls. He says that is too much.
If we could get down to about 50% or less, it would give our members a chance to slow down, get to the higher priority calls, better patient outcomes, better response times.
EMS leaders say they are dealing with a shortage of new paramedics in Baltimore and across the state. The man accused of pushing another man to his death off of a Baltimore subway platform has been arrested. Police say 39-year-old Joseph White, pictured here, was arrested in New York City on charges of first-degree murder. Investigators say White pushed 28-year-old Christopher Foster onto the subway tracks at Shot Tower Station. Foster was electrocuted by the third rail. White is from Baltimore, and he is now awaiting extradition. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. A heated debate at the Frederick County Board of Education meeting over parents and children's gender identity. A policy requires school staff to offer a support team to any student who wants to change genders, which can include parents but is not required. Also under current policy, changing areas, overnight field trips, and sports are open to students based on how they identify. Opponents say it encourages children to be dishonest with their parents, while parents who support the policy say it protects kids not ready to come out to their parents.
Some transgender kids their home situations are such that they're non-affirming, and that just means that there's very strong belief among the parents that being transgender is wrong.
It's basically, a situation of the school system telling the kids, you don't have to tell your parents. It's setting a precedent for children not telling their parents things and keeping things from their parents.
The BOE took up the issue earlier this month, deciding not to change the policy. It was not on last night's agenda. However, dozens of parents and students addressed it during the public comment. Still ahead on the early edition, a looming deadline as we inch closer to a default, the new work requirements being proposed. Plus, we are waking up with cooler temperatures this morning. Our Weather Authority team letting us know if we warm up this afternoon. It is 4:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 5 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast time, and that's what we're looking at right now. A beautiful shot over the Inner Harbor, albeit colder this morning. Some of us are about 10 to 15 degrees colder than where we started yesterday morning. So here's a look at our weather story. Definitely staying on the colder side now, but sunny and nice for the afternoon. We are tracking a few weekend showers. There is some rain that we have to get through here, but on your yard and gardening cast, we'll be in the 40s this morning, but back to the 50s and even to those mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today across the state, Governor Wes Moore will be speaking at the National Work Zone Awareness Week conference less than 2 months after 6 construction workers were killed in a crash on the Baltimore Beltway. The Baltimore Department of Public Works is holding a symposium to discuss issues like weekly recycling, wastewater, and illegal dumping. And it is almost Black-Eyed Susan Day. Volunteers will stitch together the Black-Eyed Susan blanket today. Still ahead on the early edition, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing controversial bills into law, why he says the efforts will protect children. Plus, leaders could soon come to an agreement on the debt ceiling, the proposal that President Biden is considering. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, patients' rights in the spotlight, how an age-old promise is changing in the modern day. That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Topping your consumer news this morning, we are taking you live to our nation's capital. President Joe Biden is voicing openness to a possible compromise on debt ceiling negotiations. He says that he will consider new work requirements on federal benefits for unemployed Americans. It's one of the proposals included in the GOP's debt ceiling bill, which passed the House last month. Republicans say that it will help the economy as well as lift the nation's spending limit, but Democrats are accusing GOP lawmakers of using the threat of defaulting as a bargaining chip for budget talks.
3 weeks ago, the House passed a debt limit increase, $1.5 trillion of additional debt, but also assuring that there will be savings to begin to get out of this reckless deficit spending that's bringing down our economy.
President Biden has already made trillions of dollars of investments that are going to actually drive down the debt ceiling already. And so I think the question is, let's pay our bills first, and then let's have a conversation about, what types of revenues and cuts that we need to make sure that we're stabilizing our budget.
The work requirements laid out in the bill targets 3 federal programs: the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, temporary assistance for needy families, and Medicaid assistance for adults without dependents. Yay! A bright spot for you this morning, an iconic moment of achievement. Look at that for students at the Naval Academy in Annapolis. First-year students conquered the Herndon Monument climb there by replacing a Dixie Cup hat with a midshipman's hat. Each year, freshmen are challenged to retrieve the hat from the top of a greased-up 21-foot-tall granite obelisk. Students have to make human pyramids to try and help each other reach the top. The only rule, no tools are allowed.
The challenges were definitely the Crisco they had on there, the oil and the water that they kept on spraying on us. The mix was not good, definitely slippery. I know I fell a few times. Everybody fell multiple times, but eventually we worked that out and figured it out, so it was awesome.
The fact that we got the opportunity to do it together was really fun. It was slippery. We didn't think it was going to be that hard. We underestimated the tower, but we eventually overcame the tower.
I think a lot of it was just teamwork, trying to build a plan on the fly. We didn't come in very prepared. Being able to just be out there with our friends and our classmates, just putting out for each other. I had a lot of people on my shoulders today, but I wanted to do that because I cared about them and I know they care about me. It was just a barrel of fun.
The definition of teamwork right there. This is the culminating event of their plebe year, earning them the title of 4th class midshipman. The class of 2026 took just over 2.5 hours. Wow, that is impressive. According to the Navy's website, the record, oh my gosh, is 20 minutes. But, there were different rules at certain points. 2.5 hours is pretty legit these days. Well, in Baltimore City, public schools are naming their student athletes of the month. On the girls' side, Amaya Anderson of Frederick Douglass High School takes home the honors. Amaya excels on the track, woohoo, in the 200-meter event. Now, for the boys, it's Lamont Thomas of Reginald F. Lewis High School. Lamont plays baseball and football. Congrats to both of these student athletes. That's awesome. 4:48 here this morning. We want to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers back into the discussions here as we look for a warm-up.
Yeah, warming up for the weekend. We're cooler today. So temperatures are actually going to be not average, in fact, below average.
Really?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at.
I definitely felt it this morning.
Oh, yeah. We've got frost advisories out there actually this morning until 8 o'clock. So numbers are going to be quite a bit different as you make your way outside. You can always see those numbers on the right side of your screen. Most of us are waking up in the 40s and 50s as opposed to those 60s that we woke up to yesterday morning. But overall, officially, your number at BWI is 51. Notice that northeast wind at about 11 to 15 degrees. So that makes it feel even a little bit cooler as you're getting up early with us. Rise and shine campers, temperature staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours with the sun up about an hour from now, and we'll stay up until 8:16 this evening. So hanging out here this morning in Bel Air, we're seeing numbers in the lower 50s through 8 a.m. We'll get those numbers climbing to 65 by midday. Overall, great day for lunch outdoors, the patio, the veranda, whatever you got. And we're going to see that temperature get to about 70 degrees in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Now, notice the average high temperature is 76, so we remain below average. A lot of us only are going to be in the mid to upper 60s for the day today. So that'll be about 4 or 5 degrees cooler than yesterday. Same thing goes up and down the mid-Atlantic for the 95 corridor for New York and Philly down through Boston and D.C., keeping those low to mid 60s. 70 in D.C., only only 60 down the ocean today. So if you're heading to Ocean City, that's what you'll experience there. Black-eyed Susan Day tomorrow looks great, mid-70s, and then upper 70s for Preakness on Saturday. Now, we are tracking a few showers that are coming in on Saturday afternoon. Let me show you those here on our future scan. Dry today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, you'll get more of a southerly influence, and you'll see more of those clouds rolling in, kind of feeling that moisture, but overall, staying dry. Saturday is going to be dry for most of the day. We'll get some showers in the eastern shore in the morning, but by the afternoon, notice we're not seeing much in the way of rain. Then that cold front comes through late Saturday afternoon into the evening time. And right about race time, we could see a couple of stray showers around. We're not looking for a lot of rain, but overall, just kind of be planning for that if you are going to be out and about watching the race either at Pimlico or just watching it at your friend's house or hanging outside at a bar, whatever you're doing. So you can see your 7-day forecast. Warmer on Sunday. We'll keep those temperatures in the upper 70s early next week, but we do stay dry. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network for you now. A live look from our Towson cam, and light volume out there, dry conditions, no issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Off to a pretty good start for travel out there on light rail link this morning on time service from end to end there. Metro Subway Link showing no delays or difficulties between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. And out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 505 operating with a 5-minute delay. But the other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
It is just not right that the number one cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
Still ahead on the early edition, the juvenile crime crisis is at the top of mind for health leaders in the city. The growing number of children being admitted to shock trauma. Plus, the EPA is scolding Baltimore City for the handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall, the order that has been issued, and how long the city has to act. It is 4:52 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, House Republicans sidestepping a vote to expel Representative George Santos. They instead voted to refer the resolution on his expulsion to the House Ethics Committee. It comes as Santos faces mounting legal issues about lying during his campaign, as well as 13 federal charges accusing him of fraud and money laundering. Speaking after the vote, Santos thanked Republican leadership for referring the motion to the committee.
If the Ethics Committee finds a reason to remove me, that is the process. This isn't about politics. This isn't about this body silencing 145,000 people who voted for me to come here and taking a voice away from 700,000 people that I represent. So this is the appropriate way to do this.
The House Ethics Committee already launched an investigation into Santos in March, which it said would determine whether he engaged in unlawful activity during his campaign last year. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a package of bills which he claims will protect children. One measure prohibits classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity up to the 8th grade, and another penalizes venues that allow minors to attend adult performances, including drag shows. He also signed a bill banning gender reassignment treatments for minors, and that bill also gives Florida courts temporary jurisdiction to intervene in procedures for out-of-state children.
You have actually some states in this country that want to be a haven for these types of procedures and even welcome minors without their parents' consent into some of their jurisdiction. We're obviously doing the opposite here.
Well, the bills also implement new rules on pronoun use in schools and require transgender people to use bathrooms based on biological sex in certain public facilities. Democrats in the state opposed the measures, but the GOP-controlled legislature easily approved the bills. Continuing coverage here this morning, we have an update on the Louisville police officer who was shot in the head while responding to that deadly bank shooting last month. The department says Officer Nick Wilt is showing signs of improvement during his first week at rehab, and he is the most awake he has been since his injury. But the 26-year-old still faces a long road to recovery. He underwent brain surgery after the incident and spent a month in the hospital. The department writes that the therapists, nurses, doctors caring for Wilt are, quote, impressed with his progress thus far. 5 people were killed in the April 10th mass shooting. Prosecutors can forego a week-long preliminary hearing next month now that a grand jury has indicted the man accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students. Brian Koberger was arrested right before the new year in Pennsylvania. Police found evidence linking the 28-year-old to the murders in November. He was a graduate student studying criminology at a nearby university. He is charged with burglary and 4 counts of first-degree murder. The case will now go directly to the state's felony court level.
The EPA is cracking down on Baltimore City. Just ahead, where they say the city failed and what they want them to do now.
Get ready because Preakness is just days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico, where preparations are underway.
It's definitely colder this morning as we make your way outside. We'll talk about just how much colder we get today and what happens for the weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a little bit colder than what you'd think after we've had 2 weeks of just like summer-like temperatures, right?
Yeah. It was chilly. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the details.
What'd you say? 37 in your car or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I was reading on the drive in.
Oh, wow. Mine's at 41.
Yeah, I got 46 on mine. But a lot of us are dealing with even cooler temperatures out there. And yeah, that's what we're starting off with, guys, with the lack of any cloud cover out there. Get some radiational cooling happening, and that nice colder air is here as we look out over the Inner Harbor this morning. Most of us in the mid-40s, Cockeysville and Towson right there, 38 Rosedale, but 49 your temp in Brooklyn Park. But most of us are about 10 to 15 degrees colder than where we were yesterday morning at this time. In fact, National Weather Service actually has some frost advisories for all of Carroll and Frederick counties, northern Baltimore County, and northern Hartford Harford County through about 8 o'clock this morning. So some of that sensitive vegetation may not have made it through the night last night. Here's a look at our morning commute. Upper 40s here and low to mid 50s over the next couple of hours. Maybe need that defroster on as you're heading out to work or school. Got some warmer numbers for the weekend. We'll talk about that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look over 895 and 95 split. A lot of volume out there at this early hour, but no issues. Everybody's moving along up to speed.
Developing this morning, the EPA is coming down hard on Baltimore City for its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with what the agency is saying and the action they are now demanding. Shannon.
Well, as for what the EPA is demanding, Patrice, the city now just has 7 days from when this order was issued, which was yesterday, to respond to this order. And where the EPA says the city went wrong is that it did not comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act during that E. coli water contamination incident that happened last fall. Now, they also say that the city has still not fully complied with the 2010 order requiring the city to cover or treat its uncovered water reservoirs at Druid Lake in Ashburton. So not only does that order from the EPA require the city to respond to the agency and MDE within 7 days, they also now must conduct monthly monitoring and sampling of those two reservoirs, and they must submit monthly progress reports, guys.
Shannon, this all comes after Fox 45 News is reporting about the handling of the West Baltimore water contamination incident, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Patrice. In fact, you'll remember just about 2 months ago, Fox 45 News published a report that showed that city leaders may have misrepresented some of their response to the E. coli contamination incident, and they waited nearly 24 hours to issue a boil water advisory. So then 2 weeks after that, you'll remember the Maryland Department of Environment sent a letter to DPW saying that the city violated federal and state public notice rules when it came to the E. coli contamination. Mayor Brendan Scott and DPW refuted the violation claims from the state at the time, but we did reach out to the mayor's office to find out if they have a response about this order that the EPA is issuing. We have not heard back. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore is dealing with an unrelenting wave of juvenile crime, and now the surgeons who are overworked trying to save lives say something needs to be done to save young people.
Shock Trauma's Dr. Thomas Scalia spoke to our Maxine Stryker about what he is calling a public health emergency.
Without shock trauma, where would Baltimore be? How much higher would the homicide count be every year?
A lot.
Yeah. More than 100?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see 700 or 800 gunshot wounds this year if the year continues along as it has. 100 is not out of the question.
And how crazy is it to think about that? What if you guys weren't here, you know?
It's, I think about that more than every once in a while. Including right now as I think about this young kid that we just finished taking care of.
Scalia says he almost didn't make the interview with us as he was in surgery after a young person came in with stab wounds. Surgeons say it is an all too common sight.
Are you able to go home at night and turn your brains off and not think about these kids that you're treating?
I don't think so. What we're doing is harming a whole generation of citizens, of children. It is just not right that the #1 cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
You can see Maxine Stryker's full interview with Dr. Scalia and the others at foxbaltimore.com. 5:04 now this morning. World leaders are heading to Japan to address the top issues economies are facing right now.
Let's get right to Megan Gillen in our live center with how the war in Ukraine is playing a big role in all of this. Megan?
Yeah, guys, we want to take you live to the G7 summit getting underway right now in Hiroshima, Japan. You can see world leaders, including President Biden right there, expected to discuss international issues headlined by the ongoing war in Ukraine and forging a united front against what they call China's, quote, economic coercion. President Biden kicking off that trip today with that private meeting you saw there with Japanese Prime Minister minister. Yesterday, he did announce that he would be cutting his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in light of that looming debt ceiling debate that's happening here at home. The G7 allies attending this year's meeting are the U.S., Japan, Germany, the United Kingdom, France, Canada, and Italy. But this year's meeting will also involve 8 other guest nations, including South Korea, Australia, India, Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, Comoros, and the Cook Islands. Divisions within the G7, guys, appear to be the most notable over China. All the countries are closely tied economically to Beijing, the world's second largest economic powerhouse. And right now, countries are grappling on how to warn against what they see as China's threat to global supply chains and economic security without alienating the critical trade partner of China. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as these talks get underway. Again, happening right now is the talks between President Biden and the Japanese Prime Minister. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
All right, Megan, thank you. Get your fascinators ready because we are just days away now from the 148th Preakness Stakes.
As we are gearing up for Saturday's big race, Olivia Dance joining us live this morning for Old Hilltop with a preview. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. We have made it inside Pimlico, and right now we're near the stables. We're actually right here at the stakes barn, and some of the horses are just starting to wake up. I'm told that they're going to be fed here shortly. They're going to get a bath, and then they're going to be walked around. Now, there are 8 horses competing in this year's Preakness Stakes. Let's go ahead and pull up some video of those horses now. They are just absolutely beautiful. National Treasure was the first horse to get to Pimlico on Saturday. On Sunday, Blazing Sevens got here, as well as Mage, who is the Kentucky Derby winner and, of course, a huge favorite. The other horses racing include Chase the Chaos, Coffee with Chris, Red Route 1, Perform, and First Mission. This morning, the Alibi Breakfast is also happening. That is starting at 9, and it'll be an opportunity to discuss race predictions and recognize those who have made significant contributions to the racing industry. Of course, we're going to be here all morning, keeping an eye out for the horses as they arrive and do their workouts. And stick around, because coming up in just a little bit, I'm going to tell you about Preak Weeks and how you can win free tickets to the big race. But for now, reporting live at Pimlico, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Still ahead on the Early Edition, back and forth over TikTok continues this morning. The state that just completely banned the app.
Plus, the man who pushed another man to his death on the train tracks has been arrested. Where authorities found him.
Temperatures definitely colder this morning, and as we head toward the afternoon, plenty of sunshine. But we'll talk about what those temps are going to do. It's all coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back. 5:10 is your time right now. Our Weather Authority forecast, and it is definitely chillier as you head out early this morning. Most of us in the mid to upper 40s, but some of us even in the lower 40s for Frederick and Columbia. We're actually still at 53 in Annapolis, but either way, it's colder than where we started yesterday morning. So just grab a light jacket. Make sure you got those sunglasses ready to go on your out the door cast. No need for the umbrella today, but that's going to change as we head into the weekend. Definitely want at least one layer if you're out for that jogging cast here. You can see upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
An update this morning. The man accused of pushing another man to his death off of a Baltimore subway platform has been arrested.
Police say 39-year-old Joseph White, who you see pictured there, was arrested in New York City on charges of first-degree murder. Investigators say White pushed 28-year-old Christopher Foster onto the subway tracks at Shot Tower Station. He was electrocuted by the third rail. White is from Baltimore. He is awaiting extradition.
It goes both ways.
A community divided after a police-involved shooting of an armed 17-year-old. While some say the act was justified, others say it wasn't.
Recreational marijuana will be legal in this state in just a little over a month. Just ahead, we'll show you how officers are preparing to keep you safe on the roads.
.514, topping your consumer news this Thursday morning. The former top executives with Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank say social media played a role in their bank's demise.
Can social media have the kind of effect on this that could actually directly impact or could crash our system? What do you think, Mr. Becker?
I think we are evidence of that. The panic that was flooding through social media, people were saying they didn't want to hear about solvency, that the bank was solvent.
Well, both regional banks cater to the tech sector primarily. Analysts saying that SVB and Signature had a high concentration of depositors on Twitter, namely venture capitalists who panicked and triggered a run through their tweets. The fallout from Bud Light's partnership with transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney shows no signs of slowing. Now, according to data from Nielsen's IQ, retail sales of Bud Light dropped by 23.6% in the week ending May 6th. A steeper fall than the 23.3% decline in the last week of April. That's 5 straight net losses following the controversy. Marketing agent behind the partnership, which entailed Mulvaney posting videos with custom-made Bud Light cans, remains on leave. CEO of Bud's parent company chalking the issue up to online misinformation, saying that Bud Light was never using Mulvaney as a spokesperson. Montana is the first state in the nation to officially ban TikTok. Republican governor signing that bill into law yesterday. It will most definitely face legal challenges. Now, the law bans downloads of the app and fining the App Store or a company for any time someone is offered the ability to access the platform or download the app. Users would not be penalized. Critics call it government overreach and say residents can use a virtual private network to bypass the ban. TikTok is vowing to fight back.
One of the world's oldest surviving biblical manuscripts just sold for $38 million at auction. The Codex Sasson is leather-bound and handwritten. It is believed to have been made around the year 900. A banker and art collector bought it in 1989 for about $3 million, worth now around $7.7 million. He was the seller for Sotheby's auction. Former U.S. Ambassador to Romania, Alfred Moses, purchased it yesterday and donated it to the ANU Museum of the Jewish People in Tel Aviv. Shoppers at Target are spending less on non-essential items and sticking to the necessities. The company reports overall sales in the first quarter increased by 0.5% compared to last year, but clothing, home goods, and other non-essential sales dropped. Target cites a, quote, challenging environment with rising inflation as to why shoppers are shifting their spending habits. The store's financial filings show discretionary spending makes up about 54% of its annual sales.
Maryland officially ranks the 9th state in our country for the highest rates of employees who resign from their current jobs. That's according to a report released by WalletHub. The report shows Maryland's rate for unemployment is 3.10%, which is up from 2.6% last year. Experts say employers need to make changes in order to keep their workers satisfied, including accommodating remote work, flexible hours, and higher wages. According to the report, the state with the highest rate of resignation, Louisiana. The state with the lowest, Massachusetts.
But we're the 6th happiest state, according to some.
According to the other one.
Silly.
Maybe
thing.
you're happier when you're not working.
Maybe, yeah. Today is National Don't Leave Dirty Dishes in the Sink Day. Isn't that a weird day?
Sounds made up.
I know, right? Most of these days are. But I'll tell you a little secret because Jess is sleeping. But when she goes on her trips or whatever, when she's working.
You do it.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. I'm like, all right, bachelor life, woo!
So you just clean them all up right before she comes home?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm like, darn it, she's on her way home. I got 20 minutes. I got to clean. But either way, yeah, it just stays a little caked on. It's fine. Our live cam in Towson, good morning to you. Really pretty shot here this morning from our Mile 1 Auto Group. We're about 30 minutes away from the sun officially coming up on your Thursday, Friday Eve. And Black-Eyed Susan Eve as well. Here we go. Preakness weekend right on our doorstep. 49 your temperature right now in Towson. Northeast wind about 8 to 10 miles an hour. Wind is not going to be as much in the way of an issue for the afternoon as it was yesterday. Definitely blowing some things around. A lot of pollen out there for sure. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, temperatures in the upper 40s here in the next couple of hours. Mid-60s through noontime and recess, and right to about 70 for the afternoon. Overall, a mild afternoon ahead, but cooler than average and a little bit cooler than yesterday. So golfers hitting the links, if you are getting out this morning, you'll definitely need to grab a jacket. 56 by 9 a.m., but mid-60s through noontime. Not much to get in your way in terms of wind out there for your golf outing or whatever you might be doing outside today. Mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Right about 69 in Towson, down through Lutherville and Timonium. Perry Hall and White Marsh out through Rosedale in those upper 60s, and right about 70 for you in Dundalk today. We'll keep those mid to upper 60s in Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Elk Ridge and down into Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Close to 70 in parts of Anne Arundel County for this afternoon. O's are back at it, trying to win the series this afternoon. It is a day game at 12:35. I mean, we could all get off of work and go right to the ballpark. That'd be great for us. But 66 degrees for that first pitch, upper 60s in the fifth inning, and right about 70, excuse me, into the ninth inning. So the Angels are still in town. Now, O's are going to be leaving and going on the road for the next couple of series, so they're not back until next weekend. This will be your last chance to check them out at Camden Yards. But so far, so good. All right, here's a look at your outdoors cast. Betty the Butterfly, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Just not too bad. I've got green lights. Even though we're dealing with a few showers on Saturday, we're not talking about a major impact. So just know that those showers will be with us. We get a little bit more of that cloud cover around tomorrow. Here comes the rain on Saturday. Eastern Shore gets a little bit in the first part of the day. And then as we get later into the afternoon, that cold front will move in. That will bring in showers basically from the west. And right about 6, 7 o'clock for race time on Saturday afternoon, evening, could see a few showers out there as well. So just be aware of that on your 7-day forecast. We're drier on Sunday, right to about 80 degrees, and we'll keep those upper 70s into Monday of next week. Patrice?
All right, well, it has been a beautiful few days, and many of you have been getting outside to enjoy the weather. Norman shared this picture with us, a great shot of the sunrise this week. There was a beautiful sunset yesterday, absolutely gorgeous. Whether you are taking a walk through the park, maybe heading out to Camden Yards for an O's game like today, we want to see how you are enjoying spring. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we have one camera showing 695's inner and outer loop right near the Towson and Parkville area. There is one incident to report in the Baltimore region, and that is 95 northbound. There's one vehicle involved right near Maryland 24 Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway, and not causing too much of a delay. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 505 in Camden, 841, operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail link right on time from end to end. And if your ride is out on Metro Subway Link, you'll find on-time service there in both directions. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Still ahead this morning, a looming deadline as we are inching closer to a default. The new work requirements being proposed.
Plus, Preakness Weekend begins tomorrow. We are taking you live to Pimlico with a look at all this year has to offer. 522, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 525 and happening today, the Bromo Arts District is hosting their 5th Bromo Art Walk. The art stroll celebrates local Baltimore creatives. The schedule includes artistic performances, exhibits, and open studios. Artwork will also be available for purchase all along the walk. Restaurants in that area will be participating in promotional discounts with an Eventbrite registration. The walk will take place from 5 until 9 tonight. You can find more information on the walk and how to register on bromodistrict.org.
Looking ahead to this weekend, Baltimore City is hosting a hiring event. 17 different agencies will be participating. Several of the agencies will be conducting interviews on site and giving employment offers. The event will take place at the War Memorial Building from 10 to 3 Friday. And officials say all candidates must complete an application before attending. You can find more information on the event and the agencies participating right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Still ahead on the early edition, we've got a sunny day ahead. Our Weather Authority team is letting us know when our next chance of rain rolls in and how it could impact your Preakness weekend.
And another Russian airstrike on Ukraine this morning, but peace talks could be on the horizon. What leaders from each country might do to bring an end to this war. It is 5:26 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning and welcome back on this Thursday morning. It is coming up on 5:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the slight warm-up we'll feel today.
He's pumped. He's got energy.
Yeah, well, and again, we're not warming up today, guys. We're cooler today.
We're warming up from where we are right now.
I hope.
Yes, there you go. Okay, I see where you're saying with that. Yes, it's cool right now. In fact, our temperature is about 10 to 15 degrees colder than yesterday morning at this time. As you look outside, looks gorgeous with that nice morning glow. That sun will be up in just about 20 minutes or so from right now. And you can see those temperatures are cold enough to prompt frost advisories for all of Frederick and Carroll counties, northern Baltimore and northwestern Harford County, also in that that frost advisory. That goes until 8 o'clock this morning. Most of us are in the lower 40s here for Westminster and Frederick, 44 Cockeysville, but we're still at 49 in Baltimore City. It definitely feels cooler outside. So next 12 hours, yet numbers are warming up into the 60s through midday and close to 70 for this afternoon for some of us. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all. In fact, taking a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network here, you see basically everybody's in the green. There's one incident, Belcamp 95 North, but it's not causing any delays. One vehicle involved, and there's no cameras showing it. We're just over a month from the legalization of recreational marijuana in our state, and now Baltimore County Police, well, they are preparing to keep the streets safe when that happens July 1st.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with the steps they are now taking. Shannon?
Yeah, so officers know, Patrice, that when marijuana becomes legal in the state, many users will likely be hitting these roads. And so now they want to make sure that you're safe and that they know when is too high to drive. But it's proving more difficult than you would think. Take a look.
It's just one day. This is a one-day kind of an exposure class.
You can start.
I probably smoked about 1.5 grams so far.
Yeah, not something you see every day, right? Marijuana users gathered in a county office building yesterday, smoking and inhaling, while an army of police officers looked on, observing the real impact of marijuana. But determining the level of impairment for driving really isn't easy. Right now, a blood or urine test can provide officers with limited answers, detecting only if you have used cannabis at some point, but not detecting your level of impairment. That's why officers will also rely on field sobriety tests to determine whether a driver is too impaired to drive.
I'm not 100% sure. We absolutely have an answer for it, and that's why we continue to do this.
Yeah, so organizers hope that this green lab will help both the police officers and the users understand when it's too high to drive, even though it really cannot be that accurately measured. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Shannon, 5:33 now, and turning to a city in crisis as residents divided over a police-involved shooting of a 17-year-old. You see the video here. Shooting unfolding last Thursday. Investigators say Detective Cedric Ellaby was sitting on a stoop with some teens before he noticed one teen might be armed. Ellaby then approached that teen, who took off. During a chase, the suspect is seen pulling a gun from his waistband before the officer fires 4 shots. Just moments after that shooting, outrage from people in the community.
Back up, back up.
Many residents feeling outrage about the shooting, while others expressing outrage about the illegal guns that are on city streets and the people who are using them.
You waited to that man to get up and run to shoot him in his back. Now how that look to y'all? If he said he knew he had something on him, why you ain't just grab him right then and there? Why you waited till he running to shoot that man in his back?
It goes both ways. They know it's illegal to do this, illegal to do that, but it's just like they just want to do what they want to do. Yeah, regardless of consequences.
Get the gun from him. Because with the gun on him, you don't know what he's capable of doing. Is he going to shoot somebody? What's he going to do with the gun? Sell it? Give it to somebody? You don't know.
Police Commissioner Michael Harrison declining to comment on whether the shooting violated department policy. Meanwhile, police say the teen could face criminal charges after he's released from the hospital. City prosecutors will make that decision.
First responders addressed Baltimore City Council members about delayed response times, overworked personnel, and equipment pushed to the limits. Baltimore's Assistant EMS Chief James Matt says crews spend 60% of the workday on calls, and he says that is too much.
If we could get down to about 50% or less, it would give our members a chance to slow down, get to the higher priority calls, better patient outcomes, better response times.
EMS leaders say they are dealing with a shortage of new paramedics in Baltimore and across the state.
This morning, Russia launching its 9th missile strike on Kyiv this month, killing 1 and injuring 2 others.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with why Ukrainian officials are calling today's attack unprecedented. Megan.
Yeah, Tom, Patrice, we want to show you these images just coming into our newsroom here this morning. They are calling what you see here unprecedented in both intensity and variety. This comes as the presidents of both Russia and Ukraine, guys, have agreed to separate meetings with leaders from 6 African countries to discuss a possible plan to end this war. Right now, no date is set on when those talks could actually happen, but we do know it would include the leaders from Zambia, Senegal, the Republic of Congo, Uganda, Egypt, and South Africa. Just yesterday, Russia and Ukraine coming to terms on a 2-month extension to allow Ukraine to ship grain through the Black Sea. The agreement certainly a win for countries that rely on Ukraine to feed its citizens, the biggest recipients including China, Spain, and Turkey. But as this war rages on, we are learning about a retired American Army Staff Sergeant killed by Russian forces in Bakhmut this week. Sergeant Nicholas Maimer was killed when the building he was inside collapsed during a Russian artillery attack. He was working for the nonprofit AFG Free, seeking to aid civilians and train Ukrainian troops. He retired from the National Guard in 2018. He was in Ukraine since the spring of 2022. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Megan, still ahead this morning, the EPA is scolding Baltimore City for the handling of its E. coli water contamination last fall. The order that has been issued and how long the city has to act.
Get ready because Preakness is just days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you all about Preak Weeks and how you can win free tickets to the big race.
And as we look ahead to Preakness, we're also keeping an eye on the forecast. Our Weather Authority team lets us know if you're going to need an umbrella when you head out to the races. Pretty start to the morning so far today. 5:37. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Preakness weekend starts tomorrow, and we are getting prepared for all this year has to offer, including the food.
Oh, yeah. Olivia Dans joining us live from Pimlico this morning with a closer look and maybe even a bite. Olivia?
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Patrice. Right now, we are actually in the grandstand. The last time you saw us, we were over by the stables, and we saw the horses waking up. They were starting to get fed and going on their walks for the day. But right now, I actually want to come over here. We're going to sit in the grandstands, and I want to go ahead and bring in Kia from Fishnet. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
All right, so tell us a little bit about your restaurant and how you all got involved with Preakness.
Yeah, so Fishnet is a seafood eatery. We specialize in fresh fish. We have about 5 or 6 different types. And we actually were one of the vendors at Preakness last year, so we had a great time. We sold lots of fish and chips and fish tacos.
Yum.
And so this year we're excited to be a part of Preak Weeks.
Absolutely. I love seafood, big seafood fan, so I'm definitely going to have to come check you guys out. So you're involved in Preak Weeks. Tell us a little bit about what that is and how that works.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Preak Weeks, Pimlico and Preakness is such a Baltimore thing, and us being a community restaurant, we wanted to participate and really get the word out, and give away some tickets and, you know, make sure that our customer base knew that Preakness was going on and they should come out.
Absolutely. And how's that been going? I mean, what has been the benefit for your restaurant?
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to be a part of the community, and so I think the benefit has just been, you know, additional marketing support and getting customers, you know, out there.
Absolutely. And you guys are located in Baltimore, so just give us a little information about where people can find you after Preakness if they just want to come stop by and get some good seafood.
So you can order online at www.eatfishnet.com. We're downtown in Mount Vernon Marketplace, and so come and see us. We're open every day except Monday.
Awesome. I'll definitely have to come check you out. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, still ahead, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signs controversial bills into law, why he says the efforts will protect children.
Just part of every day of our lives, and it's not a very good part of every day of our lives.
The face of Baltimore's trauma center speaking out on the juvenile crime crisis, why he's calling it a public health emergency. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.544, and turning to the crisis in the classroom, a heated debate at the Frederick County Board of Education meeting over gender identity.
A policy requires school staff to offer a support team to any student who wants to change genders, which can include parents, but is not required. Also under current policy, changing areas, overnight field trips, and sports are open to students based on how they identify. Opponents say it encourages children to be dishonest with their parents, while parents who support the policy say it protects the kids not ready to come out to their parents.
Some transgender kids their home situations are such that they're non-affirming, and that just means that there's very strong belief among the parents that being transgender is wrong.
It's basically, a situation of the school system telling the kids, you don't have to tell your parents. It's setting a precedent for children not telling their parents things and keeping things from their parents.
The Board of Education took up the issue earlier this month, deciding not to change the policy. It was not on last night's agenda. However, dozens of parents and students addressed it during public comment.
A North Carolina pastor is questioning why Asheville City Schools carry the book titled It's Perfectly Normal in middle school. It covers puberty and sexual health. The pastor believes it's inappropriate. Our news team reached out for comment and was directed to the book removal policy, which states books are only removed for, quote, legitimate educational reasons.
All right, 5:46 and trending this morning, chicken beer will be on tap this summer. The poultry company Purdue selling a beer that it says is perfect for beer can chicken recipes.
Okay, that makes sense. When you said that, I was wondering, are the chickens drinking? Are we drinking with the chickens? Like, how does this work? But this makes sense. The 12.5-ounce beer is a honey double citrus summer ale brewed with grilled chicken seasonings. The company says the beer keeps chicken moist and tender during the cooking process, but adds that it's also fine for drinking on a hot summer day. 6 packs go for $14.99 each and will only be sold online beginning Monday, May 22nd. It actually sounds amazing if you're cooking it.
If you're doing it in the chicken, right? Drinking
that sounds amazing.
Yeah,
yeah,
Not so
I just.
You don't want chicken seasonings in your beer?
Not particularly.
No.
I
Garlic
want
salt?
some Miller Lite, just a nice water on the golf course for, 4, 5, 6 of those, and you're still good.
Yeah, but that's when you're slow cooking a chicken, though. You just
That's fine.
half a can.
But then I don't want to drink it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. Hey, do you guys like cheese souffle?
Sure.
I don't even know really what it is. Isn't it like is it like an eggy thing, or is that what? Am I thinking that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's what I would think, yes.
Okay. It's cheese souffle day. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of these days you're just like, well, okay, great. I mean, it's International Museum Day. We got a lot of museums around here. That's kind of cool. So our live cam in Towson, right there, a little bit of that orb. Starting to see it come up over the eastern shore. There's Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around. 40s this morning. Hello. Then we're back to the mid to upper 50s through 10 a.m. and on our way to the upper 60s. Even some of us sliding in to the lower 70s later this afternoon. So if you're flying around in your airplane today, VFR conditions, visual flight rules should be good to go today with no issues out there. 76 is typically where we are for May 18th. Most of us in the upper 60s today, right about 70 in Baltimore City, 67 in Annapolis, Eastern Shore in those mid to upper 60s as well. And if you're heading up the 95 or down to D.C. to check out all the great museums there, 70 in the district this afternoon, 60 down the ocean there at Ocean City. Preakness weekend tomorrow, mid 70s for Black Eyed Susan Day, and Saturday in the mid to upper 70s. Yes, we do have that chance for a few showers coming on Saturday as well. All right. Yeah, that's a good hum. That's a good hum. Yeah, we like that, right? How are your tires doing? You still good on your thing over there, Tom, with the tires moving around?
Yeah, well, there's one that's got a slow leak, but yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm all right.
Good. Thursday and Friday, green lights on your mowcast. Saturday, I do have the yellow light only because we're dealing with some rain. So get the mowing done before some of that rain rolls in. We're not tracking a lot of it. Today and tomorrow, dry, and even most of Saturday for the first part of the day is going to be dry. But you can start to see some showers in the eastern shore, and then there's that cold front bringing in some of those showers. Could be right around race time. It's going to be cloudy on Saturday, but at least not as hot. 95 last year, so that's definitely cooler and more palatable to be outside. We're back to about 80 on Sunday with drier conditions and keeping those dry conditions into next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist this Thursday morning. Graham is out and about. He's cruising around the inner loop near the Towson-Kearney area, and it looks great this morning. No issues to report. Now we want to go to check on your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. On the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 and Penn Train 407 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light Rail Link showing on-time service. If that's your ride, good to go for travel there. And Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
You heard the sound? That means it's your chance to take part of the second leg of the Triple Crown, and you can do it for free. The Preakness is happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race if you call right now, 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Keep watching all week because we're giving away tickets now through tomorrow on Fox 45 Morning News.
I'm Christine Frizzell on Capitol Hill, where Republicans are shining a spotlight on what they call left-wing violence as Democrats push back against what they say is a misleading narrative.
It is just not right that the #1 cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
The juvenile crime crisis is top of mind for health leaders in the city. The growing number of children being admitted to shock trauma. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, President Joe Biden is voicing openness to a possible compromise on debt ceiling negotiations. He says he will consider new work requirements on federal benefits for unemployed Americans. It is one of the proposals included in the GOP's debt ceiling bill, which passed the House last month. Republicans say it will help the economy as well as lift the nation's spending limit. But Democrats are accusing GOP lawmakers of using the threat of defaulting as a bargaining chip for budget talks.
3 weeks ago, the House passed a debt limit increase, $1.5 trillion of additional debt, but also assuring that there will be savings to begin to get out of this reckless deficit spending that's bringing down our economy.
President Biden has already made trillions of dollars of investments that are going to actually drive down the debt ceiling already. And so I think the question is, let's pay our bills first, and then let's have a conversation about, what types of revenues and cuts that we need to make sure that we're stabilizing our budget.
The work requirements laid out in the bill targets 3 federal programs: the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, and Medicaid Assistance for Adults Without Dependents.
5:55 now. The 2024 political campaign season is still heating up. But for a sneak peek at some of the issues expected to dominate the field of Republican challengers to President Joe Biden, look no further than Capitol Hill.
National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more.
She's become a leading advocate to keep transgender athletes out of women's sports and shared those views at a speech last month at San Francisco State, where Riley Gaines says she was assaulted by a violent mob and held against her will.
The mob screamed vengeful, racist, violent, awful things at both myself and the officers. They said my appearance on campus was so traumatic that they were owed something.
Gaines testified about her experience on Capitol Hill this week in a hearing focused on so-called left-wing violence, in which she shared why she got involved: to protect women's equal opportunity in sports.
It's a wire-to-wire win for Taylor Ruck.
It all started at a swim meet last year, in which she tied for 5th place with transgender athlete Leah Thomas, who ultimately got the award and, she says, made her and others uncomfortable in the locker room.
A 6'4" male walks in, disrobes, and is fully intact with male genitalia while we're simultaneously undressing as 18 to 22-year-old girls, and we could do nothing about it.
The hearing was called by House Republicans, now in the majority, who appear to be laying the groundwork for issues they want to push to the top of the political priority list ahead of the 2024 campaign.
I believe it's the blue. Shows left-wing extremism. And this
Democrats accusing Republicans of trying to change the subject, since the data show right-wing extremists are responsible for more incidents and killings, and also trying to provoke outrage through culture wars.
They're so fixated on trans Americans and LGBT Americans, and they're fixated on what women do with their bodies, is because they do not have a plan to improve the lives of working people across the country.
The committee is adjourned.
A preview of the top issues expected to dominate the 2024 campaign already playing out on Capitol Hill. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signing a package of bills which he claims will protect children. One measure prohibits classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity up to the 8th grade. Another penalizes venues that allow minors to attend adult performances, including drag shows. He also signed a bill banning gender reassignment treatment for minors. That bill also gives Florida courts temporary jurisdiction to intervene in procedures for out-of-state children.
You have actually some states in this country that want to be a haven for these types of procedures and even welcome minors without their parents' consent into some of their jurisdiction. We're obviously doing the opposite here.
The bills also implement new rules on pronoun use in schools and require everyone to use bathrooms based on their biological sex in certain public facilities. Democrats in the state opposed the measures, but the GOP-controlled legislature easily approved the bills.
The EPA is cracking down on Baltimore City. Just ahead, where they say they're failing and what they're requiring of them now.
Get ready because Preakness is just days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico where the preparations are underway.
Gorgeous morning, but definitely cooler. You'll need a jacket as you step out. We'll talk about how those numbers will warm up today and then what we're looking forward to for the weekend. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are talking about warming up a little bit as the sun continues to rise over the horizon.
a warm-up would be nice a bit this morning. Like I said, 41 was the reading in my car on the way in.
You had 30s coming in from northern Baltimore.
Well, you know how your car will beep.
It's crazy in May.
Beep.
Oh, yeah.
You get
the car
that.
to beep to be like
it's 37 degrees outside.
Because it was like 64
Random
yesterday
number.
morning. Yeah.
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's like, boop. Yeah, it's colder. Yeah, no doubt about that. Radiational cooling, my friends. That's what we get when we have a lack of cloud cover. You have that sun that is now coming up nicely over the eastern shore on our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. We appreciate being here with us live and local every weekday morning and making us a part of your morning routine. Let's check some of those numbers. 42 Owings Mills in Eldersburg, 44 in Towson. We're in the upper 30s in Rosedale, Bel Air at 43 and 47 your temp in Brooklyn Park. These numbers are about 10 to 15 degrees cooler than where we were yesterday morning at this time. So definitely a colder Thursday morning. Sunny and nice, though, for the afternoon. A really pleasant day today, and we are tracking a few weekend showers as well. So Mr. Bo says, let's go, but maybe get the defrosters on with those 40s staying with us over the next couple of hours. Patrice?
All right, looking at our Lynn traffic network now, there are no major incidents or delays in the region at this hour, so that's a good news as you're getting up for your morning commute. Taking a look at your JFX travel times. Right now, it will take you just about 8 minutes to get from the top of the JFX down to President Street.
Well, developing this morning, the EPA coming down hard on Baltimore City for its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with what the agency is saying and the action they are demanding now. Shannon.
Well, as for what the EPA is demanding, Patrice, the city now just has 7 days to respond to this order that the EPA issued. And remember, they actually ordered it yesterday, so really the city just has 6 more days now to respond. And where they say the city went wrong, they say that they did not comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act when responding to that E. coli water contamination incident that happened last fall. Now, on top of that, they also say that the city still has not fully complied with the 2010 order requiring the city to cover or treat its uncovered water reservoirs at Druid Lake and Ashburton. So not only does that order from the EPA require the city to respond to the agency and MDE within 7 days, they also now must conduct monthly monitoring and sampling of those 2 reservoirs. And Tom and Patrice, they also must submit monthly progress reports.
Shannon, this all comes after FOX45 News' reporting of the handling of the water contamination incident. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right, Patrice. In fact, you'll remember just about 2 months ago, we at FOX45 News published an investigation that showed that city leaders may have misrepresented their response to that E. coli contamination and waited nearly 24 hours to issue that boil water advisory. Now, then just about 2 weeks after that, the Maryland Department of Environment sent a letter to DPW saying the city violated federal and state public notice rules when it came to the E. coli contamination. Mayor Brandon Scott and DPW refuting that violation claims from the state at the time, but we did reach out to the mayor's office to find out how they're responding to this EPA order. We have not heard back. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:03 and turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore dealing with an unrelenting wave of juvenile crime, and now the surgeons who are overworked trying to save lives say something needs to be done to save young people.
Shock Trauma's Dr. Thomas Scalia spoke to our Maxine Stryker about what he is calling a public health emergency.
Without shock trauma, where would Baltimore be? How much higher would the homicide count be every year?
A lot.
Yeah.
More than 100?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see 700 or 800 gunshot wounds this year if the year continues along as it has. 100 is not out of the question.
And how crazy is it to think about that? What if you guys weren't here, you know?
It's, I think about that more than every once in a while, including right now as I think about this young kid that we just finished taking care of.
Scalia says he almost didn't make the interview with us as he was in surgery after a young person came in with stab wounds. Surgeons say it is an all too common sight.
Are you able to go home at night and turn your brains off and not think about these kids that you're treating?
I don't think so. What we're doing is harming a whole generation of of citizens, of children. It is just not right that the number one cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
You can see Maxine Stryker's full interview with Dr. Scalia at foxbaltimore.com.
Make sure you get your fascinators ready because we are just 2 days away from the 148th Preakness Stakes. Oh, yeah, Saturday.
I mean, it is here. For tomorrow starts the weekend. As we're gearing up for the big race, Olivia Dance is joining us this morning from Old Hilltop. She's got a preview and a big smile on her face because it just feels fun and exciting there, doesn't it?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, good morning. It is a lot of fun out here right now. And as you can see, I am sitting in the grandstands. Look how close I am to the racetracks. The horses are out here right now starting their morning workouts. Actually, I just saw National Treasure, one of the Preakness horses, run by. So that was pretty cool. Now, earlier we were actually over by the stables and we saw the horses when they were first starting to wake up. They were getting fed and getting their baths and starting their first walks of the day. But now they have made it out here to the racetracks. There are 8 horses competing in this year's Preakness Stakes. Let's go ahead and pull up some video of those horses now. They are just absolutely beautiful. National Treasure was the first horse to get to Pimlico on Saturday. And again, we just saw them out here right now. On Sunday, Blazing Sevens got here, as well as Mage, who is the Kentucky Derby winner and, of course, a huge favorite. The other horses racing include Chase the Chaos, Coffee with Chris, Red Route 1, Perform, and First Mission. Now, this morning, the Alibi Breakfast is also happening. That's starting at 9. And it'll be an opportunity to discuss race predictions and recognize those who have made significant contributions to the racing industry. Again, one last look here as the horses are passing by. Just beautiful. And of course, we're going to be here all morning keeping an eye out for the horses as they start their morning workouts and as they arrive here at Pimlico. And of course, as preparations continue to get underway. But I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. Beginning July 1st, Marylanders will be allowed to possess small amounts of cannabis. Still ahead this morning, the steps police are taking to keep the streets safe after the law goes into effect.
People in the community are feeling outraged over a police-involved shooting of a 17-year-old. Why the police commissioner is not commenting on how the shooting was handled.
The sun is now up, and you can see how nice it is out there at Preakness and Pimlico with Olivia's shot. And overall, we're looking good here. Just grab a jacket when you step out because it's colder. We'll talk about when those numbers do start to inch upwards coming up in a few. Well, it's Thursday, my friends. That means Friday is around the corner. It is our Preakness weekend, and we are getting set for a lot of fun and excitement around here. And that sun is up right now. I like that. It feels a little chillier this morning with the high-pitched voice. You can see that those numbers are, up there. Or down there. 43 in Westminster and Cogginsville, 44 in Bel Air, 47 your temp right now in Baltimore City. All right, so they actually took those frost advisories off. Thanks for letting me know, National Weather Service. But still in parts of southern Pennsylvania. But those frost advisories we had this morning for Hartford and Carroll counties are now expired. Those numbers basically into the 40s. It's still chilly, though. Grab a jacket. Sunglasses definitely required for today. We'll talk about when the umbrella will be needed for this upcoming weekend. That's coming up in just a few.
6:11 now. This morning, world leaders are heading to Japan to address the top issues that economies are facing right now.
So we want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center now with how the war in Ukraine is playing a big role in all of this.
Well, certainly a huge part. Guys, we want to show you this right here. Video coming in of President Biden arriving in Hiroshima, Japan for the G7 summit this morning. We know he and other world leaders, they're expected to discuss the international issues, of course, as Tom mentioned, headlined by the ongoing war in Ukraine and forging a united front against what they call China's, quote, economic coercion. I want to show you what's happening right now. We have some other video just coming in here of what we're seeing happening, unfolding in Hiroshima at this summit here. The president kicking off the trip just about an hour ago with this private meeting here. This is with the Japanese prime minister. Again, that meeting's still underway as we speak. We know the president did announce yesterday that he would be cutting this trip to the Indo-Pacific short. In light of the looming debt ceiling debate that is happening here at home, the G7 allies attending this year's meeting are the U.S., Japan, Germany, the United Kingdom, and France, Canada, and Italy. But this year's meeting will also involve 8 other guest nations. They include South Korea, Australia, India, Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, Comoros, and the Cook Islands. Again, all of them invited to take part in what's happening around the world. Divisions within the G7, though, appear to be most notable over China this year. All of the countries closely tied economically to Beijing, the world's second largest economic powerhouse. And right now, countries really, guys, are just grappling on how to warn against what they see as China's threat to global supply chains and economic security without alienating the critical trade partner that China is. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as these talks get underway, both these private meetings that the president is taking part in and the G7 summit as a whole. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Get ready for an evening of creative exploration at the Bromo Art Walk. Just ahead, the promotional discounts that you can take advantage of.
Experience Preakness to the fullest. Still ahead this morning, why you don't have to choose between horse racing and Bruno Mars. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:15 in your consumer news. Uber is allowing teens to ride by themselves with their parents' permission.
The ride-sharing company is letting parents and guardians in select areas create an account for children ages 13 to 17. They can link the account to a central family profile. Teens will be able to book rides and order food deliveries. The app will now notify parents when teens request a ride and will send a notification when they reach their destination. Uber says only highly rated and experienced drivers will be allowed to provide rides for unaccompanied teens.
Capable of generating anything from music to poems, artificial intelligence has stoked fascination and fears that the technology could ultimately replace humans.
The feelings of anxiety are especially high in the entertainment industry, where members are worried that they could one day be deemed irrelevant. Well, during a House subcommittee hearing on the issue just yesterday, lawmakers acknowledging finding a balance is difficult.
The fundamental question we must ask is, how can we promote innovation and further development of generative artificial intelligence models while also protecting the rights of creators whose works are the engine that fuels these models?
The rise of AI is even threatening Hollywood. Hollywood writers have been on strike since early May as they try to iron out a new contract with studios. In their negotiations, they're aiming to limit the use of AI-generated dialogue or scenes. One industry expert suggests Congress should strengthen copyright laws to protect creators. ChatGPT's CEO told lawmakers that he agrees artists should be protected and is optimistic a solution can be reached. 6:17 and happening today, the Bromo Arts District is hosting the 5th Bromo Art Walk.
The Art Stroll celebrates local Baltimore creatives. The schedule includes artistic performances, exhibits, and open studios. Art will also be available for purchase all along the walk. Restaurants in the area will be participating in promotional discounts with an Eventbrite registration. Now, the walk will take place from 5 to 9 tonight. And you can find more information on that walk and how to register on the bromodistrict.org.
Going back to last Wednesday, I mean,
Wait, have you ever been up in the clock tower?
Yes, I have, obviously. But no, the art galleries there are beautiful.
Yeah.
And the artists all, as we talked about, they all have studios that they rent out. And so this is kind of a cool thing where you can open it up and see what's going on.
Is it a different feel each level you go to? I mean,
that's
it's like different colors and
everything? Absolutely. So it kind of gives you, you're getting a lot of stuff like right in that little small tower.
All the more reason to get out tonight.
I know, right? And great weather for that, too, guys, as we look outside from our Inner Harbor camera pointed right there at Camden Yards. O's victorious last night. They've got a 12:35 game today. How about that? A Thursday afternoon game in May. And the temperatures are going to be just spectacular. And they will be real, too. Real and spectacular. So here's a look at our bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop this morning. Yeah, they're going to need a jacket. 49 next hour, but mid-60s through the noon hour and upper 60s and lower 70s to about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Overall mild conditions. There's Hank the Bird. Yeah, good morning, Hank. 56 by 9 a.m. Did you hear it? It was a little crankier chirp from Hank right there, just because he's a little cold, ruffling his feathers. But don't worry, 66 by noontime. Excuse me, we'll slide into the mid to upper 60s. And even a few lower 70s later today. 67 your high today in Westminster and Eldersburg. 65 the Hereford zone. 68 in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Up into Hartford and Cecil counties. We've got numbers in those mid to upper 60s for Bel Air, Aberdeen, over to Perryman. Oh, by the way, speaking of Hartford County, the pride of Patterson Mill High School. Ladies and gentlemen, Sweet 16, happy birthday to Andrew Sauer! Woo, 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 woo! This is my buddy Andrew, and Erica is my wife's best friend, but she's my best friend too. Either way, Brian and Erica, and look at the difference. This kid, this is what I put in last year, and look now, he's all dressed up, going to prom. He's got that beautiful lady right there on his arm. So Andrew, a big shout out to you. I hope you have a great birthday. By the way, Andrew used to be my hype man. When I lived in Colorado Springs, he'd come around and he told everybody when we go to Starbucks, hey, you know who this guy is? I've lived here for 2.5 years. He's not done that for me once. Not once since I've moved here. So, all right, Drew, have a great birthday, buddy. Here's a look at your O's cast. And as I mentioned, man, perfect baseball weather. 66 for that first pitch at 12:35. Close to 70 in the 5th inning. And the Angels in town for one final game. Hopefully the O's can get the series win. If you want to get the car cleaned up Thursday and Friday, you're fine. But Saturday, I have a yellow light because we are tracking a few showers. And yes, that is going to impact our Preakness weekend. weekend. So we're dry today and we're dry tomorrow as well. As we take you into Saturday, we are going to see a few more of those showers moving in. So it'll start in the eastern shore. Then that next weather maker comes in with that cold front moving in Saturday afternoon into the evening time. We're not talking about a lot of rain, but enough that you'll at least need your ponchos if you're going to be out there just in case, and keeping the fascinators dry. Very important. Black-Eyed Susan looks great tomorrow, though. 74, 77 on Saturday. Definitely cooler than last year's Preakness. We had a high of 95. All right, let's check in with Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. You'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845 operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of BART look good for travel. Light Rail Link has a delay. It's presently running about 20 minutes late in both directions of that service. Certainly allow time for travel on Light Rail Link, if that's your right. Metro Subway Link doing fine. No delays or issues there. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Recreational marijuana will become legal in the state in just a little more than a month. Just ahead, how police are taking steps to keep you safe on the roads when that happens.
A heated debate at the Board of Education meeting in Frederick County when it comes to children's gender identity. Why some are saying it encourages children to be dishonest with their parents. 622. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Turning to the crisis in the classroom, a heated debate at the Frederick County Board of Education meeting over parents and children's gender identity.
A policy requires school staff to offer a support team for any student who wants to change genders, which can include parents, but is not required. Also under current policy, changing areas, overnight field trips, and sports are open to students based on how they identify. Opponents say it encourages children to be dishonest with their parents, while some parents who support the policy say it protects children not ready to come out to their parents.
Some transgender kids their home situations are such that they're non-affirming, and that just means that there's very strong belief among the parents that being transgender is wrong.
It's basically, a situation of the school system telling the kids, you don't have to tell your parents. It's setting a precedent for children not telling their parents things and keeping things from their parents.
The Board of Education took up the issue earlier this month, deciding not to change the policy. It was not on last night's agenda. However, dozens of parents and students addressed it during public comment.
We are going to be mostly sunny with highs in the mid to upper 60s today. Just ahead, when we can expect temperatures back into the 80s.
Get ready because Preakness is just days away. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico. I'm going to tell you all about the art of racing.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how warm it is going to get today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that.
Just checking something here real quick.
Wait, what you doing?
Trying to play solitaire?
No.
Are you betting on Preakness?
Nope.
Okay.
The O's are 3.5 back on a 2-game winning streak from the Rays. They got the win last night. And still one of the best teams in baseball, almost 30 wins, guys, 28-15. So I like that a lot. I like this, too, the USS Constellation, the original, of course, the USF Constellation, the frigate. And beautiful shot this morning down there at the Inner Harbor. A few people kind of running around down there. And by the way, if you want to get a run or a jog in, upper 40s and lower 50s, definitely cool. If you haven't stepped outside, just make sure to grab that robe as you get down to pick up the paper at the end of the driveway. Make sure to cinch up that robe so you don't offend the neighbors. 70 your temp here, your quick glance forecast. That's going to be your high today. That temp below average for this time of year. And check out our next 3 days. Warming up. Mid-70s tomorrow, upper 70s on Saturday. So right as we get into Preakness weekend, those numbers looking very nice. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Somebody's texting me. All right, Tom, I got to go.
All right, you checking that weather app?
Yeah.
Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and look at this. What a beautiful shot out here at the inner and outer loop here in the Towson Parkville area. No major accidents or incidents to report throughout the Baltimore region at this point. Not bad at all. We are just over a month from the legalization of recreational marijuana in Maryland, and now Baltimore County Police are preparing to keep the streets safe when that happens July 1st.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the steps that they are taking right now. Shannon?
Yeah, so Patrice and Tom, officers know that when recreational marijuana becomes legal, many users will be hitting the roads. And so now they are working to determine just how high is too high to drive, but it's proving more difficult to tell than you would think.
It's just one day. This is a one-day kind of an exposure class.
You can start.
I probably smoked about 1.5 grams so far.
Oh, you have nowhere else to fucking go.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis as residents are divided over police-involved shooting of a 17-year-old. The shooting unfolding last Thursday, investigators say Detective Cedric Ellaby was sitting on a stoop with some teens before he noticed one of the teens may be armed. Ellaby then approached that teen who took off. During a chase, the suspect is seen pulling a gun from his waistband before the officer fires 4 shots. Just moments after that shooting, outrage from people in the community.
Back up, back up. Back up. Back.
Well, many residents feeling outraged about the shooting, while others expressing some anger about the illegal guns on the city streets and the people using them.
You waited to that man to get up and run to shoot him in his back. Now how that look to y'all? If he said he knew he had something on him, why you ain't just grab him right then and there? Why you waited till he running to shoot that man in his back?
It goes both ways. They know it's illegal to do this, illegal to do that, but it's like they just want to do what they want to do. Yeah, regardless of consequences.
Get the gun from him. Because with the gun on him, you don't know what he's capable of doing. Is he going to shoot somebody? What's he going to do with the gun? Sell it? Give it to somebody? You don't know.
Well, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison declining to comment on whether the shooting violated department policy. Meanwhile, police say teen could face criminal charges after he's released from the hospital. City prosecutors will make that decision.
6:33 now. Baltimore's vibrant art scene will be given a showcase in the Pimlico infield during Preakness weekend.
Olivia Danz joining us live this morning with unique installations throughout the art garden. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. Right now, I am standing in the grandstands, and we've actually been watching the horses do their morning workouts. So we're very close, and it's really cool. But right now, we're going to talk art. We're going to talk about the art of racing. So I want to bring in Zvezdana with Micah. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hey, thanks so much for having me today.
All right, so we're talking the art of racing. Tell us what that is all about.
Yeah, the art of racing is an art competition, a call for art that depicts the glory of thoroughbred racing in one way or another. And it's a collaboration between Micah and Preakness. And this is the second year we've run the show.
Very cool. So what does the winner get of the competition?
The Art of Racing winner is selected by a jury. First, we narrow it down to a top 10 list of artists that are selected by popular vote, so anyone can vote. And then the jury selects a winner who wins a cash prize, and their artwork gets printed on merchandise.
Let's take a look at this.
For example, last year's winner, Teresia Zhang, got printed on T-shirts and on this amazing sketchbook.
So this is last year's winner. Can we take a sneak peek at this year's winner?
And then this year's winner is Justin Johnson, a local Baltimore artist. And his beautiful graphic artwork was printed on a poster and a magnet and some other items that are available for purchase. And importantly, the proceeds from these sales go to benefit Park Heights Renaissance, which is a nonprofit here in Baltimore City.
Awesome. So obviously a great cause and such a cool competition. How many participants are actually, I know you said you narrowed it down to about 10, but how many participants start?
Yeah, this year we were so lucky to have over 200 submissions, and about 60 or a little bit more than 60 of those were from MICA students.
Very cool. So it's awesome to see the partnership with MICA and Preakness, and of course, what a great view we have out here this morning. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, and Olivia, it looks like more people are showing up, and it looks like just a gorgeous morning for it, but a little bit cooler, right?
Yeah, it's a little chilly out here, but I mean, it's not stopping people from showing up. As you said, we are starting to see more people come out here and watch the morning workouts. So it is beautiful, and it'll get a little bit warmer as the sun continues to come up. So all good things out here.
A light jacket, and you're all set. The sunrise tours are one of the most fun parts, I think, about the Preakness, because you're out there, you get to see it all up close. There's not the crowds. It's just a good time. So, Olivia, thank you. Well, the public had no direct say in choosing the new Baltimore County Public Schools superintendent. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour. Hear why some families are frustrated with how the decision was made.
We'll be mostly sunny with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he will let us know when we will see those temperatures in the 80s. Look at that. He's getting a leg up already on the competition here in meteorology. Is that the USS Constellation that we see right down there, Justin?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This lightning may look like an upside-down plasma ball, but these are cloud-to-air flashes, one of several types of lightning that don't touch the ground. This cloud-to-ground lightning was captured as storms moved near Portland, Oregon this week, and this wind grew fierce as a storm passed over the Tri-Cities area near Bristol, Virginia, and Tennessee.
Want to see your weather photos and videos on TV? Click Chime In on this station's website to share.
.640, and this morning Russia launching its 9th missile strike this month on Kyiv, killing 1 and injuring 2 others.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with why Ukrainian officials are calling today's attack unprecedented.
Yeah, guys, take a look. These are images just coming into our newsroom from that attack. They're calling what you see here unprecedented in both intensity and variety. And this comes, guys, as the presidents of both Russia and Ukraine have agreed to separate meetings with leaders from 6 African countries to discuss a possible plan to end this war. Right now, no date is set on when those talks could happen, but we do know it would include leaders from Zambia, Senegal, the Republic of Congo, Uganda, Egypt, and South Africa. Just yesterday, Russia and Ukraine coming to terms on a 2-month extension to allow Ukraine to ship grain through the Black Sea. This has been debated for quite some time, and the agreement certainly a win for countries that rely on Ukraine to feed its citizens. The biggest recipients including China, Spain, and Turkey. But as the war rages on here, we are learning about a retired American Army staff sergeant killed by Russian forces in Bakhmut this week. Sergeant Nicholas Mamer was killed when the building he was inside collapsed during a Russian artillery attack. We are hearing that he was working for the nonprofit AFG Free, seeking to aid civilians and train Ukrainian troops. He retired from the National Guard in 2018. He was in Ukraine since the spring of 2022. That's the latest from our live center.
Governor Wes Moore signed Senate Bill 1 into law in an effort to make communities safer. Still ahead this morning, we take a look at why the new law is causing controversy.
And as the city prepares for this year's Preakness Stakes, the racetrack is in need of repair. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, why there has not been any progress with the Pimlico redevelopment. 6:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .644, and in your morning rush, happening today, Governor Wes Moore will be speaking at the National Work Zone Awareness Week conference, less than 2 months after 6 construction workers were killed in a crash on the Baltimore Beltway.
The Baltimore Department of Public Works is holding a symposium to discuss issues like weekly recycling, wastewater, and illegal dumping. And it's almost Black-Eyed Susan Day. Volunteers will stitch together the Black-Eyed Susan blanket today.
6:45, and you just heard him, meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with the, well, you know, I wouldn't say too loud, just
it's so
being Justin.
rare that happens.
Very, very soft-spoken and happy to be here this morning. And
yeah, we're not used to this,
right?
Justin.
That doesn't work. Okay, let's take a look outside.
That's kind of creepy, actually.
I know,
when you
right?
do that. Yeah.
Whenever I do that, they're like, what's going on?
Right.
And then Jess, wow, Tom. All right, let's take a look outside. Our live cam here zoomed in to some of the flags up there. Nice little spring breeze this morning. Almost an Irish spring breeze. Yeah. Cool. That's why I'm talking about the kind of cool freshness of it, because it's 47 degrees. Yesterday morning, we were in the 60s. So northeast wind only about 5 to 10 miles an hour. We're not expecting as much wind today as what we saw yesterday. So as you're getting your breakfast going, your rise and shine cast, upper 40s and lower 50s for the next few hours, 56 by 9 a.m. Sun will be up until 8:16 tonight. And if you're hanging out in Cockeysville or Hunt Valley, right about 59 by 10 a.m. Into the afternoon, upper 60s and close to 70 degrees. And for happy hour on a Thursday, why not? Almost the weekend, we're talking about mid to upper 60s. So overall, a very nice day. Great day to fly today. Pilots, we're talking about visual flight rules all day, so VFR is in effect. 76, your average this time of year. We're still going to be below average at least for another couple of days. Most of us stay in the mid to upper 60s. Across the eastern shore, the Bay Bridge over to Annapolis, right about 70 in Baltimore City, 68 in Cockeysville. All right, your Preakness forecast. Yeah, the Preakness weekend. Dun, 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 dun. All right, 74 tomorrow for Black Eyed Susan Day. Upper 70s on Saturday. Now, we are tracking a few rain showers on Saturday, so just be aware of that. Now I need to give you an update on the horse name race, because it will be decided within the next hour and a half. All right, so whether or not coming around the turn, dark and stormy on the backside, there's Weathermaker. Weathermaker's coming through the back, and this just in, all the way down, but just in time, it's starting to pull away. So just in time is pulling away right now. That's what we're looking at. Yeah. Did you like that call? Was that all right?
That was pretty good.
That was well done.
Just in time, 7-1 odds. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with that. All right, here's our future scan. Looking dry today and tomorrow. Odds are we're looking pretty nice. In fact, our temps are going to be even warmer tomorrow. Now, look what happened Saturday, guys. This is obviously the important day. Some showers for the eastern shore in the morning time. Here comes that cold front. So some of those showers are going to be moving in that later part of the afternoon, right around race time. So just be aware, could see some wet conditions out there, but at least those temperatures are not off the charts. We're talking about mid to upper 70s. I like that. So here's your 7-day forecast. Temperatures continuing to rise. We'll get to about 80 and dry out on Sunday and into Monday of next week, and then looking at nice conditions next week as well. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here, and taking parts of the one live shot there right here from Providence Road here in the Towson Parkville area. Beautiful sunrise, so you may need your sunglasses, but no major issues to report on Baltimore roadways.
If you are planning on seeing Bruno Mars at Preakness Live, you were going to have to stay late for that.
That's right. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark has more details on Bruno Mars.
That's right. They're going to leave the door open. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, people have to wait till 8 o'clock to see Bruno, but there's a good reason. Last year, music performances were spread out between Friday and Saturday, and often the same time it was going on, the horses were racing. So this year, attendees don't have to choose between the two experiences. The headline performances will be happening after the race in Saturday evening. All attendees will have the opportunity to move to the infield to witness Bruno Mars singing. Help me out, Meg. Okay, no. What do you guys think? We're going to hang around to see Bruno?
Yes.
For sure.
And this is so much better because it was that you were racing back and forth. I saw Bruno Mars in 2011 at Preakness and was running back and forth. That was when the Lazy song was big. Do you remember that one?
Wow.
Yep.
I saw Bruno Mars in the Super Bowl the next year.
Did you really?
In New York for
the Lazy
halftime
song?
show. What?
The Lazy song?
I saw that show too.
I'm not doing anything today. I just want to stay in my bed.
No, we're going to play it for the. you can play that
Do you want me for the 7:30 stretch?
The 7:30 stretch.
I like Mark singing, though.
Me too.
I did too. It's kind of high.
It's Mark Clark.
It's high, but I'll be singing my lungs out because let me tell you something. Allison has dropped millions of dollars to see Bruno, and I never got a chance to go with the kids. So this is my
your
chance to
chance.
go, and I'm going to use my press pass, I think, and try to see.
And after all that betting, you might be rolling in it. So you'll have some extras.
Also, my only concern is it's going to be the end of the day. People will be out there all day celebrating. So make sure we got plenty of chairs and
hydrate.
And
This moment was my ice cold, Michelle Pfeiffer with the ice cold. It's a masterpiece. Quiet, father, run, living it up in the city.
Chuck Song.
Yeah, it's one of those lyrics.
That's
what I heard.
All right.
All good times.
Wow.
All the more reason we need to go out and see the real Bruno.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin. That got us fired up.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by First.
Well, guess what? Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown. There's a bugler, and you can do it all for free. The Preakness happening, as you know, this Saturday night, and you can win 4 tickets to the race. Call that number right there at the bottom of your screen. That's 410-469-8308. 10th caller will win. Come on. Keep watching all week. Well, basically tomorrow, today and tomorrow, we're giving away tickets on right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Not Nightside. No, it's all about the morning news.
Well, we are just 2 days away from the 148th Preakness, and still ahead this morning, what you can expect out to the racetrack this weekend.
Arts and pets go hand in hand. Okay. Still ahead this morning in our hometown hotspot, the thousands of art pieces that you could buy, all to benefit Maryland SPCA.
There's something obviously going on in the control room. I'm going to donate my coffee time to them.
To them? Yes.
Positive that that's a good idea.
Oh, I see what you did there with the positively. Funny. All right. Well, guess what? It's time for what right now?
Coffee break.
Taking you live to the White House this morning, where President Joe Biden voicing openness to a possible compromise on debt ceiling negotiations.
He says he will consider new work requirements on federal benefits for unemployed Americans. It is one of the proposals included in the GOP's debt ceiling bill, which passed the House last month. Republicans say it will help the economy as well as lift the nation's spending limit. But Democrats are accusing GOP lawmakers of using the threat of defaulting as a bargaining chip for budget talks.
3 weeks ago, the House passed a debt limit increase, $1.5 trillion of additional debt, but also assuring that there will be savings to begin to get out of this reckless deficit spending that's bringing down our economy.
President Biden has already made trillions of dollars of investments that are going to actually drive down the debt ceiling already. And so I think the question is, let's pay our bills first, and then let's have a conversation about, what types of revenues and cuts that we need to make sure that we're stabilizing our budget.
Well, the work requirements laid out in the bill targets 3 federal programs: the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, temporary assistance for needy families, and Medicaid assistance for adults without dependents.
Also happening now, Walgreens' parent company reaches a multi-million-dollar settlement over its role in San Francisco's opioid epidemic.
And officials say Walgreens Boots Alliance Incorporated will pay $230 million to settle a civil lawsuit that alleged the drugstore chain was liable in the crisis. U.S. District Judge in San Francisco accusing the company of a 15-year failure to properly scrutinize opioid prescriptions and flag possible misuse of highly addictive drugs.
A judge ruled last August pharmacies in the city received more than 1.2 million opioids prescriptions with red flags for over a decade, yet performed due diligence on less than 5% of them before dispensing them. Walgreens disputed liability and did not admit fault in a statement. Taking you live to Capitol Hill, where for a second day in a row, lawmakers are grilling former executives of collapsed regional banks about what led to the failures.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar reporting on what's being uncovered about their mismanagement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Barr.
Words like foolish, irresponsible, reckless, used by lawmakers to describe these 3 now former executives of the failed Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, and First Republic Bank.
There was a storm brewing, and you failed to batten down the hatches.
The former executives taking heat for their bank's risky investments, weak liquidity, and poor risk management. They say they made the best decisions with the information they had and were essentially at the mercy of soaring interest rates as their assets were locked into long-term, low-interest securities. But members on both sides of the aisle say the banks should have hedged their bets.
The value of those assets plummeted, went from $91 billion to $21 billion. And everybody headed for the door.
Unless you were living on the International Space Station, you could see that interest rates were rising.
But they're reluctant to say what they would have done differently.
I think I did a responsible role throughout and fulfilled my duties.
SVB's former CEO Gregory Becker, the only one of the 3 to accept responsibility.
Congratulations, Mr. Becker. You're the only one to man up.
Despite this admission, most of the heat still fell on SVB, which spent most of 2022 without a chief risk officer. And according to regulatory filings, by December, about 95% of its deposits were uninsured, making it highly susceptible to the panic of a bank run.
Scrutiny around federal regulators, too, who did warn these banks dozens of times about their risky position, but according to the Government Accountability Office, could have been more aggressive with enforcement. Among the questions about how to hold those responsible accountable is, should executives have to forfeit the millions they made in salaries and bonuses to repay the FDIC for what it costs to make depositors whole?
Are you planning to return a single nickel to what you cost the fund?
So far, none are volunteering. On Capitol Hill, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
The EPA has some harsh words for Baltimore City leadership. Coming up, why its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall is to blame.
Get ready because Preakness is just 2 days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to the racetrack where the horses are already out here doing their morning workouts.
And we're galloping right into the weekend, right? It's Preakness time, and we're talking about numbers that are going up. We'll break down your forecast on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, good morning on this Thursday, May 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. I was just reading on Facebook, one of our viewers was saying, Jim Lowry was just writing about how we need to have Justin singing more Bruno Mars.
Justin singing. Oh.
And then he comes galloping in on that shot. I want to see what he has to say now.
Often asked about Justin when I people comment that I was just out with a group of ladies and they were commenting at how funny you were.
Oh, and did they tilt their head when they asked? They're like, Justin.
Well, what I said is, I said, what you see on air, that is Justin.
By the way, my viewers have my back. You were getting on me yesterday. So
I know. They came to your fence. I'm like, we're just picking on them.
I love my Justin tribe out there. Yeah. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's Friday Eve. We've got a beautiful morning and an even more nice day ahead, even though it's a little chilly right now as you look out over the Inner Harbor. Just a nice, calm, serene conditions. Statewide, check out some of those temperatures. 30s in Oakland, 42 in Cumberland right now, lower 40s in Westminster and Bel Air, just about 49 in Baltimore City, and a little bit warmer for you in Annapolis for this hour. So after a colder Thursday morning, sunny and nice for the afternoon. Yes, we're tracking some showers for the weekend, and that's going to be on Saturday. So we'll take a closer look at that. But Mr. Bo says we are good to go with upper 40s and low to mid 50s over the next couple of hours. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Great, actually. Taking you to the Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at the map here. And you can see right at Liberty Road, really Old Court Road, 795 to Liberty Road. It's a little bit thicker because of congestion, and that's just because of the volume. Everybody else, you're moving along fine. No incidents at all to report around the Baltimore major highways.
7:01 and developing now. The EPA is coming down hard on Baltimore City for its handling of the E. coli water contamination in Baltimore last fall.
Now, it says the city did not comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act during that incident and has not fully complied with the 2010 order requiring the city to cover or treat its uncovered water reservoirs at Druid Lake and Ashburton.
The EPA issued an order that requires the city to respond to the agency and MDE within 7 days, conduct monthly monitoring and sampling of those two reservoirs, and submit monthly progress reports.
Now, the order comes about 2 months after Fox 45 News reported the Maryland Department of Environment sent a letter to DPW. And in there, they wrote that the city violated federal and state public notice rules when it came to the E. coli contamination. The letter was sent 2 weeks after Fox 45 News published an investigation revealing city leaders potentially misrepresented the response to the E. coli contamination and waited nearly 24 hours to issue a boil water advisory.
Mayor Brandon Scott and DPW refuted the violation claims from the state. Fox 45 News reached out to the mayor's office for a comment on the EPA's order. We have not heard back.
Now to a city in crisis as Baltimore is dealing with an unrelenting wave of juvenile crime, and now the overworked surgeons trying to save lives say something needs to be done now to save young people.
Shock Trauma's Dr. Thomas Scalia spoke to our Maxine Stryker about what he is calling a public health emergency.
Without shock trauma, where would Baltimore be? How much higher would the homicide count be every year?
A lot. Yeah.
More than 100?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see 700 or 800 gunshot wounds this year if the year continues along as it has. 100 is not out of the question.
And how crazy is it to think about that? What if you guys weren't here, you know?
It's, I think about that more than every once in a while. Including right now as I think about this young kid that we just finished taking care of.
Well, Scalia says he almost didn't make his interview with us as he was in surgery after a young person came in with stab wounds. Surgeons say it is an all too common sight.
Are you able to go home at night and turn your brains off and not think about these kids that you're treating?
I don't think so. What we're doing is harming a whole generation of citizens, of children. It is just not right that the #1 cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
You can see Maxine Stryker's full interview with Dr. Scalia and the other surgeons at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, to help curb youth crime, Mayor Brandon Scott wants to enforce a curfew starting Memorial Day weekend, but much information has not been released about it.
Councilman Mark Conway says a council committee will hold a hearing on the curfew next week.
During yesterday's public safety hearing, first responders spoke with council members about delayed response times, overworked personnel, and equipment that push to the limits. Now, the fire department says that they are averaging about 9 minutes per call, but have to work overtime to make it happen. Baltimore's assistant EMF chief, James Matz, says crews spend 60% of their workday on calls. He says that's just too much.
If we could get down to about 50% or less, it would give our members a chance to slow down, get to the higher priority calls, better patient outcomes, better response times.
Matt says crews also need time to fill out paperwork and to take breaks. He says that the fire department is about 50 EMTs short, and filling those positions would help improve workloads and shorten response times.
Well, the man accused of pushing another man to his death off of a Baltimore subway platform has been arrested. Police say 39-year-old Joseph White was arrested in New York City on charges of first-degree murder. Investigators say White pushed 28-year-old Christopher Foster onto the subway tracks at Shot Tower Station. He was electrocuted by the third rail. White is from Baltimore and is awaiting extradition.
Baltimore City is settling yet another lawsuit stemming from the disgraced gun trace task force. This case was settled for $450,000. It involved a man who spent time in prison on drug charges. The 2009 case was handled by Officer Maurice Ward and members of GTTF. Officer Ward, as we have reported, has been convicted of robbing people that he arrested. So far, the city has settled 40 lawsuits involving the task force, totaling more than $22 million.
7:06 is the time now, and we need to get another check with your forecast.
That's right. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers, and you're galloping in again?
Well, we're galloping into Preakness weekend. I just, feeling like we're looking good out there. I just stepped outside myself. Yeah, it is definitely cooler than how we started yesterday morning, but plenty of sunshine right now. From our Towson camera, that shot looking very nice. 43 your number, Owens Mills and Cockeysville. 49 in Baltimore City, 45 in Rosedale. Dundalk, you're in at 48. Same number in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. And check these numbers. Some of us about 10 to 15 to close to 20 degrees cooler than where we were just 24 hours ago. So that's all caused by radiational cooling. Any of the heat we get from the day, you lose that cloud cover, those clouds, and basically the ground, all that heat leaves, basically, and that radiates up to the upper levels of the atmosphere. Low to mid-50s if you're going to be out for a run or a jog. Overall, kind of refreshing this morning. Maybe a light jacket out there for your exercise. Should top out right about 70 for our high today. That number's still about 5 to 6 degrees below average for this time of year. Overall, a mild afternoon. 8:16 is when that sun will be up, so those daylight hours continue to get longer as we are now inside of 5 weeks until the summer solstice. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through the chance for some of that rain for Preakness weekend. We'll do that and coming up in just a few.
7:07 now. Get your fascinators ready because we are just 2 days away from the 148th Preakness Stakes.
As we are gearing up for Saturday's big race, even tomorrow's Black-Eyed Susan race, Olivia Dance live this morning from Old Hilltop with a preview. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. I am sitting in the grandstands, and check this out. I have a front row seat of the horses. They are out here on the racetrack doing their morning workouts. Horses going by right now. So cool. Now, actually, earlier we were over by the stables, and we saw the horses as they were first waking up. They were getting fed for the day, getting their baths, and just doing their first walk of the morning. But there are 8 horses competing in this year's Preakness Stakes. Let's go ahead and pull up some video of those horses now. They are absolutely beautiful. National Treasure was the first horse to get to Pimlico on Saturday, and we actually just saw him on the track. We're told that he's been out here for a little while now doing his morning workout. And on Sunday, Blazing Sevens got here, as well as Mage, who is the Kentucky Derby winner and, of course, a huge favorite. The other horses racing include Chase the Chaos, Coffee with Chris, Red Route 1, Perform, and First Mission. Now, I'm told Coffee with Chris is coming out to the track any moment, and all the horses have arrived here at Pimlico. This morning is also the Alibi Breakfast that's happening and starting at 9, and it'll be an opportunity to discuss race predictions and recognize those who have made significant contributions to the racing industry. Now, we are starting to see more people gather here in the grandstands to watch the horses' morning workouts. And, of course, we're going to be here all morning, keeping an eye out for the horses as they head out here to the racetrack and, of course, as preparations continue to get underway. But for now, reporting live at Pimlico, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, world leaders are heading to Japan to address the top issues that economies are facing right now.
And we want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with how the war in Ukraine is playing a big role in all of this.
A big part of it for sure, guys. Taking a look at President Biden here actually arriving in Hiroshima, Japan for the G7 summit happening here today, starting today. He and other world leaders are expected to discuss, as Tom mentioned, international issues headlined by the ongoing war in Ukraine and forging a united front against what they call China's, quote, economic coercion. President Biden kicking off his trip just about 2 hours ago with this private meeting here with the Japanese Prime Minister. Yesterday, he did announce that he would be cutting his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in light of the looming debt ceiling debate that is happening here at home. The G7 allies attending this year's meeting are the U.S., Japan, Germany, the United Kingdom, France, Canada, and Italy. But this year's meeting will also involve 8 other guest nations. Take a look. They include South Korea, Australia, India, Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, Comoros, and also the Cook Islands. Divisions within the G7, guys, appear to be the most notable over China. All the countries closely tied economically to Beijing, the world's second largest economic powerhouse. And right now, these countries are grappling on how to warn against what they see as China's threat to global supply chains and economic security without alienating the critical trade partner that China is. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as these talks get underway at the G7 summit. Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Well, Baltimore County new school superintendent is selected behind closed doors. Still to come this morning, Project Baltimore reporting on the process, including parent reaction.
But first, Governor Wes Moore signs a new bill into law restricting where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public. What you need to know before the legislation takes effect later this year. 7:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Governor Wes Moore signed a bill into law on Tuesday that limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public. He says it makes our community safer, but opponents of the bill say that it strips them of their constitutional rights. Yuripsi Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, joins us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So it's probably no doubt that there is going to be some kind of legal challenge to this with the controversy surrounding this. The governor says it was vetted by the Attorney General. He believes in the constitutionality of it. Do you think it's constitutional?
No, absolutely not. And if you go back to the New York decision, which is the controversy that actually, if you look at the legislature, they'll tell you that this is the reason, this is a response to the New York decision by the Supreme Court. So it seems like it's very clearly unconstitutional.
But let's go back to, so the Supreme Court said you don't have to have a carry, like anyone can carry. So in response to that, Maryland said, well, we need to limit where people can carry so that we can make sure people are okay and safe.
Well, actually, so that case has been horribly misunderstood. What that case didn't say, it didn't say that you couldn't have a license. It's that we had the majority of states that were shall issue states, which means that if you meet the legal requirements for getting a carry permit, then the state cannot then impose extra burdens, arbitrary burdens, which is what some states like Maryland and Massachusetts were doing, that were saying, even though you passed all the requirements, we're still not going to give you a license. And so the Supreme Court simply removed that and said that, no, now you can carry. One of the biggest issues that I think when we look at this case, though, is that it's being manipulated to basically for political motives. For example, here in Maryland, when you see the governor talking about this bill and he talks about the crime in Maryland, we all know what he's really talking about. The majority of violent crimes are committed in Baltimore City, and particularly in neighborhoods that need our help most. And so when you have the governor coming out and talking about a bill like this and talking about Maryland as a whole, it takes the focus away from Baltimore City, which is where it really needs to be. There are neighborhoods and people and environments in Baltimore that need the focus, the resources, the time and energy that should be devoted to make our city safer.
What is going to be the impact, you think, on legal gun owners who can carry their guns? What will the impact of this law be on them?
Well, if this law is actually implemented, right? So I know July 1st is when this bill is supposed to be implemented, but there's already a legal challenge to it. So if there is a legal impact, if it actually is allowed to proceed, I think you'll see a horrible shrinking of the constitutional rights of legal gun owners. And again, the majority of the focus should be on illegal gun users, which is what this station and so many others report on a daily basis. And that is unfortunately not the focus of this bill.
All right, we have to end it there. I mean, so many more questions, but I don't think this is the end of us hearing about this. Yuripsi, thank you.
Thank you.
7:17 is the time. And we need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's talking about the forecast for us, and we're talking about black-eyed Susan tomorrow morning, and it was kind of crisp this morning.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom. And it won't be as cold tomorrow morning. This was just the one day where I talked about earlier this week. This is going to be the coolest day of the week by far. But, I mean, temperatures upper 60s, close to 70. Very nice afternoon ahead. And, yeah, it is a chilly morning. You'll definitely want to grab a jacket. But the city's looking beautiful here with plenty of sunshine. And as those kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they have the jacket on. A couple of more weeks, right, before we get into summer break. Wow, that is just around the corner. So 49 this hour, mid-60s through the noon hour. We'll be close to 70 when you pick the kids up later this afternoon. So overall mild conditions, and golfers hitting the links on our forecast be in the mid-50s through 9 a.m. and mid-60s by lunchtime, close to about 70 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. High temperatures across Carroll and northern Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 60s. The further south you go, a little warmer, 69 in Towson, 70 in Baltimore City, down through Dundalk 4 this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, down into Glen Burnie and Pasadena, over through Severna Park. And across the Bay Bridge, Eastern Shore, good morning to you. Easton down to Trapp and Cambridge in those upper 60s, right about 68 Centerville, Rock Hall also in those upper 60s for today. The O's are back at it this afternoon. They've got a 12:35 Thursday afternoon game. Man, what great conditions. I so wish I could go to this game today. But mid-60s for your first pitch in the noon hour, and we'll get to the upper 60s through the fifth inning. Trying to win the series here, another series win before they head out on the road They got the win last night there against the Halos. All right, so here's a look at your future scan. Overall, a couple of clouds around today. This is through 2 o'clock. Nothing to really get in our way. Now, what you'll notice tomorrow is a few of those clouds in the morning time, a little bit more of that moisture starting to stream in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and more of a southerly flow helping to bring in some slightly warmer conditions for Friday, but dry. Saturday is when we kind of have some stuff. And you can see that here in our future scan. A couple of light showers around parts of the eastern shore through about 2, 3 o'clock into the afternoon. And then as that cold front starts to move through 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, which is right around race time, that's when we could see a few more of those showers. But it's not looking likely that we'll see thunderstorms, mainly just a couple of pop-up showers, just enough to let you know that you're probably going to get the Fascinator wet if you are heading out to Preakness. So 11 days until Memorial Day. We're just 31 days from Father's Day, Juneteenth, and 32 days. As I mentioned, inside of 5 weeks till summer solstice time and 47 days until all those fireworks for the 4th of July. Here we go. 74 tomorrow, 77 on Preakness Saturday, and then back to 80 on Sunday as we're drier and we stay dry through the middle of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and looking at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Yeah, beautiful shots this morning. As Justin was just talking about the sun and a little bit of a warm-up that's headed our way as everyone's moving out and about. No issues or any accidents to report around the Baltimore region. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is on 695's inner loop heading towards Catonsville. Again, get those sunglasses as you come around the curves there in the outer and inner loops.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race.
In fact, call right now. That number right there, 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Good luck. Keep watching today and tomorrow because we're giving away tickets through tomorrow morning only right here at Fox 45 Morning News. Not Nightside, Morning News.
Baltimore County Public Schools has chosen a new superintendent, topping our next half hour. Project Baltimore investigates why the school board did it behind.
And the 10th annual Kindness for Paws art show is now on display at the White Marsh Mall, all benefiting the Maryland SPCA. Coming up next, we'll give you a preview of some of the art and find out why you should come take a look. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
724, the 10th annual Kindness for Paws art show and sale. It's happening at White Marsh Mall.
That's right. Over 40 Baltimore area schools partnered with the Maryland SPCA for this positive event. Amy Aronson live in Baltimore County giving us a behind the scenes look. Amy.
Yes, some extra special artwork all up for sale here at the White Marsh Mall. I'm here with Melissa Welch this morning from the Maryland SPCA, giving us a preview of the art that anybody can actually walk through and see as they're maybe doing some shopping here in the mall.
That's right. It's on display right now through Sunday. And what we have is the 10th annual Kindness for Paws art show, and it benefits the Maryland SPCA.
That's great. And we've got art from all over. So where do you collect this art from?
So we send out photos of adopted cats and dogs, adopted from the Maryland SPCA, to any teachers that would like to participate. Their students draw the pictures and they send them in. There's schools from all over the state. We have 48 schools participating this year, and we have over 2,200 pieces of art up for sale.
That's awesome. And as I was looking through, I was like, man, some of this is actually really good. So if you want to take some home with you, you can either come out on Sunday and purchase it here in person, but they're also available digitally or virtually?
That's correct. The art will be on sale this Sunday, May the 21st, from 12 to 3 p.m. here at White Marsh. We're on the first floor right in front of Macy's Home. If you're not able to make it out, we also have an online sale going on. That's going on now and will go on through the end of May. You can go to kindnessforpaws.org and purchase a digital download of any of the pictures we have available.
Okay, awesome. And we've also got that information up on our website. This all benefits the Maryland SPCA. So head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks and you can get all the details there. So Tom, Patrice, we only made it like not even halfway down through, I think, this aisle of artwork here.
That's
so
what
it's a good thing we've got time to show you the rest.
We were talking about just how much there is there. But it's pretty cool. This is the kind of thing
I think
my
it's
daughter would have loved to have done, the artwork of the pets.
And you know what? I think Amy's husband is happy about this because the animals aren't there, because Amy is the one that would be bringing home a pet, another one. Yes.
That is true. Although I hear one of the models is joining us later this morning, so there's still time to bring one of these home.
All right. Well, they're expanding their family over there with Amy and Ben. All right. Today, we are mostly sunny with highs in the upper 60s.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the warmer Friday ahead, along with our next weather maker.
Get ready because Preakness is just 2 days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about Preak Weeks and how you can win free tickets to the big race.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, all warmed up. Just did our 7:30 stretch here in the studio. A lot going on during the commercial break.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers leading it all, and our forecast as well.
We got to stretch after eeating your cake, right?
You got to do that.
Wow, he's just
There's
telling
still
all.
a lot of cake left.
A lot of cake. It's good. It's good stuff.
Well, actually, there's not a lot left.
I think there's like one cookie over there, too. So we always have some stuff in the studio. I hope you're enjoying a nice, healthy, nutritious breakfast this morning as we take a look outside here. Beautiful shot here from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam with the sun that is up. And yes, temperatures have definitely been cooler this morning. In fact, check out these numbers statewide. A lot of blues and greens indicating some cooler numbers. Western Maryland all the way across into the central part of the state right here in the Chesapeake. 49 Baltimore City. We're at 45 your temp in Bel Air as you make your way out. So yard and gardening cast looking pretty good if you want to get some of that yard work done. Maybe get the grass cut before the weekend. Upper 60s and lower 70s is what we'll expect through the afternoon. Should top out right about 70 in Baltimore City, 74 tomorrow, upper 70s on Saturday. So temperatures looking great for Preakness weekend. We just have some rain that we have to contend with. And we'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. 7:31 now on this Thursday morning. Baltimore County Public Schools has chosen a new superintendent, but the public had no direct say in choosing Dr. Miriam Yarbrough.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the 11 members of the Baltimore County School Board alone chose Dr. Yarbrough to lead the school system, and they did it behind closed doors.
I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state.
On July 1st, Dr. Miriam Yarbrough is set to take over as the new superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, the largest district in our region, with 111,000 students.
It is my intention to work together with you, the community.
Yarbrough began her career as a Baltimore County teacher in 1996 and later became a principal in Montgomery County before returning to BCPS in 2020. She's currently deputy superintendent to Dr. Darrell Williams, who after a turbulent 4 years is leaving on June 30th. His replacement was announced by the school board Tuesday night.
Congratulations on your appointment, Dr. Yarbrough.
But in the past decade, the superintendents chosen by the board haven't worked out too well. Current superintendent Dr. Williams is leaving after 4 years. His first contract was his only contract. Prior to Williams, there was interim superintendent Verlita White. She was found to have violated ethics rules regarding her finances. Before White, there was Dallas Dance, who served 4 months in jail for lying on his financial disclosure forms. And now, the board has selected Dr. Yarbrough, who just a few weeks ago was mentioned in a wrongful termination lawsuit that was filed by the district's former chief human resources officer. This has some questioning the process. When a new superintendent is chosen by the school board, it's done in secret. The finalists' names are not made public by the board, and the final vote is held in a closed meeting.
I would love for the public to be more involved. BCPS has been less than transparent with parents for a very long time.
Amy Adams is president of the Baltimore County Parent Coalition.
I don't know why we can't know the resumes of the people that are going to lead our very diverse and very challenged school system.
In announcing the new superintendent, the board issued a press release thanking stakeholders for participating and providing insights throughout the process, saying this outcome would not have been possible without the active participation of the community. But Adams says the public was invited to fill out surveys and attend meetings with a recruitment company conducting the search.
That's right.
Parents were never able to meet the finalists.
What our system now needs is stability and leadership, and this is kind of the opposite of that. There's just a lot of questions. It felt very rushed.
Lily Rowe, a former Baltimore County School Board member, supports keeping candidate names private.
You would have people who wouldn't apply because they wouldn't want their current employer to know that they're looking for another job.
But other school systems in Maryland don't seem to agree. Last year, Wicomico and Washington counties hired new superintendents. Both districts publicly announced the finalists prior to the board voting. Harford County Schools released a list of finalists in 2018.
The Board of Education are looking forward to working with you and supporting you throughout your tenure as superintendent of BCPS.
The Baltimore County School Board says it's planning to hold a series of public meetings where the community can meet Dr. Yarbrough before she begins a new job. But the decision has already been made. She's set to be the next superintendent. The question now is whether she will be more transparent than her predecessor.
And as far as the media is concerned, you will make yourself available.
I will make myself available.
In 4 years, Dr. Williams agreed to only one interview with Project Baltimore, his first day on the job. So we sent an email asking if Dr. Yarbrough will make herself available to the media and when the public will see her plan to improve the school system. In a short statement, BCPS said it will release Dr. Yarbrough's plan when it's complete. As far as interviews, BCPS said it'll keep us posted.
We just want what's best for the children. Our kids are in these systems. We depend on these schools. We want our kids to be educated well, to be effective grown-up adults, and we want our teachers to be dedicated, and we want their morale to be really high. And it just doesn't feel that way right now.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
7:36, Preakness weekend starts officially tomorrow, and we're getting prepared for all this year has to offer, including some food.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from Pimlico. She's got a closer look at all the things happening. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. Right now, I am in the grandstands, and all morning we've been watching the horses out here on the racetrack doing their morning workouts. But Preakness is about more than just the horses. It's also about some good food. So right now, I want to bring in Hakeem. He is the executive chef at Allura Restaurant. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so tell us about your restaurant and the type of food you serve. I see that we have some delicious-looking food right here.
Yes, we do. Allura is located in Mount Vernon, and it's a very beautiful restaurant. We have Italian cuisine there. And we also will be moving into the new Charles City building right next door to it in September. But the dishes I have here, though,
I'm gonna try this.
This here is the penne alla vodka.
Okay.
It's penne, a nice sauce, and it's cooked with vodka also. I also have a great Italian burger here. What's good on a nice artisan bun, 2 4-ounce burgers. I also have a spicy mayo, arugula, and I also have mozzarella.
Have you ever seen anyone try to eat that in one bite? I feel like you have to cut that.
A lot of people try, but they cut it in half, and it's a great burger.
Absolutely. Well,
this right here, I must tell you, is the pescatore.
Okay.
You have linguine, you have shrimps, you have clams, you have lobster, and it's an excellent dish.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that was good. You just put some fresh olive oil on it, and it was delicious. I could really taste it. Now, you guys are involved in Preak Weeks. Tell us a little bit about what that's about and how you got involved.
Okay, we were all reached out to participate in Preak Weeks, and we randomly select customers. They come in, they eat, they randomly win tickets to come to the Preakness, and we had to jump at it. It was a great opportunity, and just for the horse racing community and the stakes that they have in Maryland, I mean, we had to take advantage of it, and we look forward to next year of doing it on a bigger stage.
Yeah, because this is the first year they're doing it, but I'm told that hopefully this will be an annual thing, and of course it's a win-win for everyone. Now, before we go, if you could just let everyone know where they can find you. I know that you guys are located in Baltimore.
Most definitely. We are located in Mount Vernon, and please come eat. It's right there. You can't miss it on Chase Street.
Good stuff. You have to try it. This pasta was delicious. I'm going to have a little bit more. But
I want you to try this again. And please come to Villages. And we also have a new restaurant called Xander's. It's going to be on the corner of Baltimore and Calvert, and it will be open in July.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Chef Hakeem.
Thank you for having me.
We'll send it back to you guys. We're going to go eat some more of this pasta here.
Oh, man. Share.
Yes, I know. It's a morning news team, Olivia.
We're gonna actually take this back.
There you go.
Please do. Please do.
Wait, that's the one that showed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Olivia. As Baltimore continues dealing with a wave of juvenile crime, the city surgeons working to save lives are speaking out. Still to come, why shock trauma's doctors are calling a public health emergency.
The EPA has harsh words for Baltimore City, topping our next half hour why its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall is to blame.
Oh, and it's a cool morning to start off with a sunny day ahead. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at when we can see temperatures in the 80s. 7:40 is the time, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.42 your time right now, Thursday morning, Friday Eve, 18 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. Gorgeous shot in our Towson area from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Sun is up and looking pretty good. Maybe a light jacket this morning. Definitely cooler than how we started yesterday, but the shades for sure and no need for the umbrella. My 3T cast, and if you remember 3T, Tony, they used to say, it feels good. How about 70 today, 56 tonight, and then mid-70s for your Friday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
A lot of singing and dancing today. Well, despite Preakness being this weekend, complex is in dire need of repair. Still to come this morning, when we can expect the $375 million being allocated for renovations to be put to use.
Governor Moore signs a controversial bill, Senate Bill 1, into law. What it means for wear and carry gun permit holders and those who are trying to obtain one. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Senate Bill 1 becomes law in Maryland as Governor Moore signs the controversial bill into law. The law limiting where legal wear and carry gun permit holders can carry their weapons. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
Ed, this is something, though, that you have to go through a long process. You and I have discussed this before. It was the #1 priority for the Maryland General Assembly this past session here, talking about where you carry. There's a lot of steps you have to go through in order to be able to hold a gun. We're talking about background checks, fingerprinting, a cost, there's a fee, plus expensive classes of 16 hours by a paid professional or state police to get a qualified handgun instructor in there to instruct you. So there's a lot going into this. But now we're saying, you know what? Instead of being able to carry here, the General Assembly is saying we're going to limit where you're allowed to, even if you did go through all that process.
Yeah, so frankly, it's like a de facto illegal carry. And so they're sort of making it legal, even though it's perfectly legal. And they've gone through all the steps. I don't quite understand the passion for this and why this is such a priority. I mean, I've yet to see it in my entire career as a police officer, 24 years. I don't remember a crime committed by someone who's a legal carry holder. I just don't. And you don't see it in the news. I haven't seen it. I just don't quite understand, taking this tool away from people to defend themselves.
Senator Waldstreicher was the one that first wrote this, introduced it, and has championed it throughout the entire session. He says, because I asked him that same thing, where are the reports showing that this is actually going to cut? He kept going to a report that says the more guns that are being sold in the U.S. will lend itself to they could be stolen and used by somebody actually stealing them and then using them for robbery or for a killing.
It's quite a stretch. I mean, really, we're going to limit where permit holders can carry their weapon because they might get stolen by someone who would use it in a crime. And we talk about a really, really long reach. I do not for the life of me understand this. I don't understand the whole thing about taking guns away from people. The people who are going to commit crimes don't give a darn about your laws. They don't care. They will take it to a playground. They will take it to a school. They'll take it to the Capitol, take it anywhere they want because they intend on doing something bad. You can have all the laws in the books you want. They know this. They know they're probably going to be killed by the police. I mean, I just don't understand. This is like banning forks to cure obesity. I don't understand it.
Eddie, a lot of people are saying that we're blaming the victims here. We're starting to see a lot more gun owners and those going into the gun shop owners are saying that they're seeing more people come into their class. They're seeing more women come into their classes, too. They've never seen the influx of black females now starting to come and take those classes across the state here in Maryland with the gun owners that we've spoken with.
Yeah, and the people who are taking these classes are being responsible. And I always had a problem. I agree with everything they're doing. I think you should know how to secure a weapon. You certainly know how to use it. You should know the laws of deadly physical force. You should know how to secure a gun, how to disassemble it, how to clean it. What's responsible. But they do everything right, and still you're not allowing them to carry it. So why are we doing this? I just don't. No one's going to convince me because they might be stolen and used in a crime. There's more guns than people in the U.S. right now. They don't need any more. They can get them, and they may steal these as possible, but it's a reach, and I can't believe they're doing this, frankly.
We need to leave it right there, Ed Norris. Thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
Well, it's 7:49, and we need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about a warm-up and then really what's ahead for this weekend as we've got, going from the old hilltop, Preakness, Black-Eyed Susan Day, a lot going on.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. And, this is a great sports town, as we all know. The O's have their final home game of that 10-game homestand this afternoon, and then they're on the road until next weekend for Memorial Day. But, yeah, then our focus shifts and continues to shift toward Black-Eyed Susan Day tomorrow, of course, the Preakness on Saturday. And right now, the weather's lining up to be pretty nice. We have some rain to contend with on Saturday, but we'll talk about that a little bit more here in just a second. Looking out over the Patapsco, looking nice right now at 49 degrees, so it is definitely cooler. Yesterday morning about this time, we were in the 60s, so you're definitely feeling that cooler air, but it's kind of refreshing as you make your way out. So next hour in Bel Air, we'll see those numbers in the lower 50s. Heading out through about the noon hour today, great day for lunch on the patio or the veranda or the gazebo. 66 your temperature by noon. We'll see those numbers climb to just about 70 degrees into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for you later today. And 76 is typically where we are this time of year. So notice our numbers are still in the upper 60s and lower 70s, still staying in that below average category. Up and down the 95 corridor, Philly and New York, down through Baltimore and D.C., 60s and 70s, even down the ocean, right about 60 for your high in Ocean City today. Warmer numbers in Pittsburgh and Charleston, West Virginia, almost almost 80 there. So here's your Preakness weekend outlook. 74 tomorrow, mostly sunny skies. You'll see a little bit more cloud cover for tomorrow afternoon. And then Saturday is going to be a cloudy day with a couple of showers here and there through your Preakness afternoon, and temps in the mid to upper 70s. So far, Just in Time, our horse, that is the name that is pulling ahead of the pack. So by the end of today, we will have that official name. But you only have a few more minutes to vote, actually, Twitter, Facebook, or email for Just in Time, This Just In, Weather Maker, whether or not dark and stormy. But Just in Time looking like the winner right now. All right, here's a look at your MoCast. Thursday and Friday, we've got green lights for your electric mowers. Saturday, a yellow light because some of that rain is rolling in. So get the grass cut before some of the rain comes in from Mother Nature this weekend. Look at today and tomorrow. Overall, dry. Not talking about any of those green blobs. And then Saturday happens, and notice that cold front coming in from the west. We'll see a few of those scattered showers into Saturday afternoon. And then right about 6, 7 p.m., we could still see a few of those showers left over. So that's right around race time on Saturday. Just prepare for that. We're back to 80 and drier conditions Sunday, and we'll keep those upper 70s and lower 80s into early next week.
We are at the Kindness for Paws art show this morning. We are checking out some of the artwork, and actually coming up next, we're going to meet this model, find out more about this dog that actually doesn't have any eyes.
And Bruno Mars are part of the exciting entertainment at the Preakness. We'll talk about the changes in the times coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's time for a coffee break. 7:55. If you are planning on seeing Bruno Mars at Preakness Live, you're going to have to stay late.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark here in studio. He has all the details, and he's got the pipes because he's been singing Bruno Mars this morning for us, right?
I don't know that song. Anyway, people will have to wait to see Bruno Mars. You don't have to see me until 8 o'clock, but there's a good reason. Last year, music performances were spread out between Friday and Saturday, and often it was the same time that the horse races were going on, so they're changing it. This year, attendees don't have to choose between the two experiences. The headline performances will be happening after the race ends Saturday evening. All attendees will have the opportunity to move to the infield to witness the amazing Bruno Mars. This is a great opportunity to see one of the hottest artists in the world right here at the Preakness in Baltimore.
I don't think there'll be any pink flamingos there with him.
I don't know, but it's nice to see him there because Bruno Mars tickets are not inexpensive.
No, they're not. He is sought-after artist there, and you get to see that at the infield. Well, temperatures, they're trying to reach the upper 60s today, but the sun will be out all day long.
Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker, which we could see this Preakness weekend. 7:57 is the time. The EPA is blasting Baltimore for its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall. Still ahead, what the agency is saying and the action they are demanding now.
Get ready because Preakness is just 2 days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you about all the festivities that this weekend has to offer.
A lot of great shots out there for Olivia, and it's not bad outside if you've made your way out. Starting off our Thursday nice. We'll break down what we can expect with temperatures and that chance for rain as well. It's all coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us, and a little cool out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had some 30s for some, but 40s for sure. And even right now, I just did my Superman walk.
Yeah,
late for the Superman walk, huh?
How's it feel?
Feels great. It feels
looks
great.
nice.
Yeah, and I got a good big breath of fresh air, feeling that spring kind of vibe here. And our Towson cam looking good right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Looking right down York Road, lots of green on the trees. We know that pollen is up there. Those pollen counts are high, and allergy sufferers are dealing with that. Mid to upper 40s. We snuck into the lower 50s here in Baltimore City. 49 your temp in Rosedale and Dundalk, and 48 in Brooklyn Park. So you're out and about, cast looking like this. We'll keep those temps rising. So mid to upper 50s next few hours, sliding into the 60s by the time we get to the middle of the day today. And that's where we should end up. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 60s, some getting right to about that 70-degree mark for this afternoon. We do have warmer numbers on the way for this weekend, but we also are tracking rain. I'll break all that down for you coming up in a few.
Well, now taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic map network and looking at the map, some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, we're starting to see volume pick up as more people are heading out, but they're moving along.
Developing this morning, the EPA is coming down hard on Baltimore City for its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall. This morning, we have Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live with what the agency is saying and the action that they're now demanding. Shannon.
Well, as for what they are now demanding, Megan, we know that the city has just 7 days to respond to the order that the EPA issued. They issued it yesterday, so keep in mind now the city has 6 days to respond. And as for where they say the city went wrong, they say they did not comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act when responding to that E. coli water contamination incident last fall. Now, on top of that, they also say that the city has still not fully complied with the 2010 order requiring the city to cover or treat its uncovered water reservoirs at Druid Lake and Ashburton. So not only does that order from the EPA require that the city respond to the agency and MDE within 7 days, they also now must conduct monthly monitoring and sampling of those two reservoirs. And Patrice, we know that they need to submit monthly reports about their progress there as well.
Well, Shannon, this all comes after Fox 45 News is reporting of the handling of that water contamination incident. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Patrice. In fact, you'll remember just about 2 months ago, Fox 45 News published an investigation that showed that city leaders may have misrepresented their response to that E. coli water contamination incident, and that they waited close to 24 hours to issue that boil water advisory. And then you'll remember 2 weeks after that, the Maryland Department of Environment sent a letter to DPW saying the city violated federal and state public notice rules when it came to the E. coli contamination. Now, Mayor Brandon Scott and DPW refuted the violation claims from the state at that time, but we did reach out to the mayor's office to see how they're responding to this EPA order. We have not heard back, though. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Outrage continues over the signing of House Bill 1 that limits where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their firearms in public. Governor Wes Moore says it makes our communities safer, but opponents of the bill say that it strips them of their constitutional rights. Earlier this morning, we spoke with Eurypsy Morgan, spokesperson for the community group Peace, and she says she thinks the bill is unconstitutional.
Absolutely not. And if you go back to the New York decision, which is the controversy that actually, if you look at the legislature, they'll tell you that this is the reason, this is a response to the New York decision by the Supreme Court. So it seems like it's very clearly unconstitutional.
Well, you can watch the rest of this interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Preakness weekend starts tomorrow, and we are getting prepared for all this year has to offer, including all of the festivities taking place at Pimlico.
That's right. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Pimlico. She's been out there having a good time all morning. Olivia?
Good morning. Yeah, we're having a lot of fun. We've been watching the horses do their morning workouts all morning. We've had a front row seat to that, so that's been pretty cool. But as you mentioned, there's a lot more to offer at Preakness than just the horse racing, although that's pretty awesome in itself. So I want to go ahead and bring in Audra with the Maryland Jockey Club. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, as I said, there's a lot going on here this weekend.
Yes.
Tell us about some of the festivities that you guys have.
Preakness is about arts, it's about culture, it's about racing, it's about community. So when you come to Preakness, that is what what you're going to experience.
Absolutely. So, yeah, because we have the Infield Fest, we have music, we have food, we have merch.
We have merch and we have, vending. So there's a lot for everyone.
And I want to talk about the merch because I know that there's a competition with who gets the design for the merch. Can you talk about that?
So we launched, this is the second year of the Art of Racing competition, and the winner of that competition has the opportunity to have their merch converted into, their artwork converted into merch. This year's winner, Mr. Justin Johnson, created a beautiful piece called The Face of Victory, and the sale or the proceeds from his merch will benefit Park Heights community, Park Heights Renaissance.
Wow, so it really is a win-win for everyone.
Absolutely.
And given how much festivities are here, just quickly, if you could just talk about the collaboration, because it seems like it's a big team effort to put all this
together. Oh my gosh, the team is huge. The team is massive. From the culinary to our production, our first production team, our first experience team, for our first entertainment, to Maryland Jockey Club, from the food to the racing operations, to the marketing, to our technology. This is Baltimore Super Bowl. I repeat, but that's what it is. And so we want everybody to feel it. We see it, we feel it. But it takes a massive team to pull this event, from security. My head of security, he's all over the place, our security team. And we're very fortunate because we have some great partners, our F&B partners. We are excited and we're good.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Audra. Definitely a team effort. And we're actually going to be speaking with the Art of Racing winner, Justin, at 8:30. So we're excited to see his art, and we'll look forward to that. But I'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Thank you. Preakness is always such a good time.
It is, and it looks nice out there. They're ready. Well, developing this morning, a high-stakes summit ahead from our live center. World leaders gathering to defuse the double threat with Russia and China fueling global tensions.
And the law isn't on the books yet, but Baltimore County Police are letting people smoke marijuana on their property. Coming up in our next half hour, we're going to explain why they're doing it and how the research could ultimately protect you.
Definitely colder temps to start your Thursday, but we're looking good. Starting to warm up nicely now, and a real nice day ahead. We've got your Preakness forecast weekend. Everything you need to know to plan out what you are going to wear.
This morning, world leaders are heading to Japan to address the top issues that economies are facing right now.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers at our live center with how the war in Ukraine is playing a big role in all of this. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, these world leaders taking you live to Hiroshima right now. You can see it's dark because it is 9/11 at night there. But they're including President Joe Biden. He's already arrived in Hiroshima earlier today for this G7 summit discussing international issues, which are headlined by the ongoing war in Ukraine and creating a united front against what they call China's economic coercion. Well, President Biden kicking off the day in Japan with a private meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister. And then he did announce that he would be cutting his trip to the Indo-Pacific short in light of the looming debt ceiling debate that's happening here in the U.S. The G7 allies attending this year's meeting, they are the U.S., Japan, but then Germany, United Kingdom, France, Canada, Italy. And this year's meeting will also involve 8 other guest nations, including South Korea, Australia, India, Brazil, Vietnam, Indonesia, to name the few. Now, divisions within the G7 appear to be the most notable over China. All the countries closely tied economically with Beijing, the world's second largest economic powerhouse. And right now, countries are grappling on how to warn against what they see as China's threat to global supply chain and economic security without alienating the critical trade partner. It is currently, as we were saying, 9/12 there at Hiroshima, but we'll keep you posted as soon as any talks get underway Friday there.
All right, Tom, thank you. Baltimore County Public Schools now has a new superintendent, but the public wasn't part of the final decision. Topping our next half hour, Project Baltimore investigates why the selection happened behind closed doors.
Pimlico needs to undergo major renovations, but it won't happen anytime soon. After the break, the millions of dollars that are now sitting in limbo. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, we want to take a look now from Pimlico, where visitors all around the world are racing to as the city prepares for the 148th running of the Preakness Stakes on Saturday. We know behind the green grass and the perfectly manicured racetrack, though, is a complex in dire need of repair with no timeline on when that might happen, despite the $375 million being allocated for the renovation. I think we have David Williams joining us here this morning. There he is with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, joining us live to weigh in on the path forward here. David, good morning. There's been no progress with this development here. What's going on?
Good morning, Megan. And there are a lot of issues and problems with this. The first is that you have two racetracks, right? You have Laurel Park and you have Pimlico, and then both are in need of repairs. And what happened was 3 years ago, as you mentioned, $375 million was agreed upon to renovate these two facilities. That price tag has gone up to $700 million. Wow. And now they're trying to figure out which racetrack they're going to fix first, or really fix at all. And of course, Pimlico, right? I mean, history. You have the history of Pimlico, but Laurel actually is a more functional racetrack because it's a more day-to-day functioning racetrack. And the Stronach Group, which is worth billions of dollars, they're shifting their priorities from Laurel now to Pimlico because they see that kind of the change in the air as to what the state wants to do.
So, David, where could that extra money come from? Are we looking at taxpayer dollars for this?
No, we don't have to. And that's the crazy thing, is that right now these two racetracks receive money from gambling, and really it's the slot machines. But why not have gaming at the racetrack? Why not have card games? Why not, table games? Actually put slot machines into these racetracks and have a casino. Have a casino sponsor the racetrack, because the taxpayers should not be footing the bill. And Megan, this is just like stadium subsidies, right? This is just like putting money into a stadium, is that you have billionaires that are running these racetracks, and taxpayers should not be spending this money. And I'm kind of glad that this $375 million hasn't been spent yet, because I hope it gives them a time to reevaluate and say, listen, we don't have to spend this money.
So, David, we talked about what we'd like to see happen here. What do you think is actually going to happen here?
So I think that the focus is going to be shifted to Pimlico, and I think that is a problem, because you're not going to see the day-to-day racing that you see at Laurel Park. And Laurel Park, I think, at some point is going to shut down. And I don't know if Pimlico can handle the increased traffic, because they don't have the stalls, they don't have the infrastructure, but money is.
If you're going to put $700 million into it, maybe they will down the road.
Yeah, and that's going to take a lot of time, and they may have to shift the Preakness next year or the next 2 years if this development takes too long. So there could be a disruption with this. And listen, the weather looks great this weekend, right? So that's the good news. The weather looks like it's going to be fantastic for the race, and yeah.
1 year at a time. All right, David, we appreciate you weighing in, because certainly something that we'll be watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Well, there you go. Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race. Give us a call right now at 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. And make sure you keep watching all week, because we are giving away tickets now through tomorrow on Fox 45 Morning News.
Happening today, Giant Food will create the blankets for the winners of the Preakness Stakes and Black-Eyed Susan Stakes. Giant Food's floral experts will be creating each blanket that incorporates nearly 2,000 flowers. I always wondered how that was made.
It's always very impressive, too. It started at 7 this morning at the Giant on York Road, but they will be working until 3 p.m. this afternoon if you want to head over and check it out.
It's a neat opportunity.
Well, another dry day here at home, and hopefully it's going to stay that way for the majority of Preakness.
And what's even more shocking for Black-Eyed Susan Day, meteorologist Justin Chambers, Patrice and I have both been out there many years where it has just been a downpour on Black-Eyed Susan Day.
And David mentioned, we're going to have good weather for the race this weekend and for the races. And yes, temperature-wise, it will be nice. We do have some rain to contend with on Saturday, which it seems like every weekend we're talking about that chance for rain. It just will continue to come. But as we head into today and this morning, looking great right now over the Patapsco. The boaters and watermen are out there. Ahoy on your captain's cast. We'll see a little easterly wind, about 5 to 10 knots today, and we'll see that here with the waves about a foot to possibly up to 2 feet. The wind is going to pick up later this afternoon. We do have a small craft advisory that goes into effect at 6 o'clock tonight through early tomorrow morning. So if you're out for a sunset cruise on the water, just know that's when that water is going to get a little bit choppier as that wind starts to increase. Or if you don't have a boat, maybe you have a plane, or maybe you know somebody who has a plane. Get up there and fly around today. We're talking about visual flight rules all day, so VFR conditions, a gorgeous day to fly. 76 is typically where we are this time of year. Last year at this time, we were hot. We were talking about 90s for Pimlico and Preakness weekend, but we're in the mid to upper 60s for this afternoon. A few lower 70s for Baltimore down through Dundalk into the day today. And if you are heading out for the baseball game today, here's a look at your O's cast. The final game on the 4-game series against the Angels. They won last night, the O's did, so trying to win that series. 12:35 is your first pitch. A great afternoon for baseball in Charm City, mid to upper 60s, even a few lower 70s out there. If you want to get the car cleaned up, your car wash cast, 2 green. So today and tomorrow looks good. On Saturday, we do have that yellow light because that rain is going to be rolling in. Let's talk about it. Here's our future scan. Through 2 o'clock this afternoon, staying mainly dry. We'll see a few clouds that'll roll in into Friday, and those showers will start to pick up, moving in from the south on Saturday, but not till the afternoon. Notice right there, you can see a few of those showers in the eastern shore, but this is about 2 o'clock. The cold front's going to be pushing through, and about 7, 8 o'clock, we have that chance for some of the showers. So right around race time, most of the models do want to push this rain until the later part of the evening, but that means we're going to get a little bit wet for the Bruno Mars concert and all the fun stuff that's happening after the race. 11 days until Memorial Day. We're 31 days till Father's Day, Juneteenth, and just 32 days, and inside now of 5 weeks until that summer solstice. Here's that 7-day forecast. 74 on Friday, 77 for Pimlico Saturday, and then right about 80 on Sunday will be the warmer temperatures we'll see at the very end of the week.
All right. Thank you very much, Justin. The stage is set, and we are now just days away from Preakness. Still ahead. In our next half hour, we are going to introduce you to a Maryland-bred horse that is looking to make his way to the winner's circle.
And we are checking out the Kindness for Paws art show happening at the White Marsh Mall. We're actually meeting this model here. He's joining us this morning. Say good morning to Earl. We're going to find out more about Earl and the art show and what it benefits in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Over 2,000 pieces of student art is hanging up in White Marsh Mall for Kindness for Paws.
The Maryland SPCA is hosting the 10th annual art show in support of homeless animals. Amy Aronson is live in Baltimore County. She's got the preview. Amy.
Yeah, and right now we're lucky enough to actually meet one of the models and a Maryland SPCA success story. So say good morning to Earl and Melissa. So Earl actually is a dog that made it out of the SPCA, but it's kind of a special case. So tell us a little bit about Earl.
That's correct. Earl came to us as a stray. He had some defects in his eyes. He was already blind when he arrived to us. So we decided the best option would be to remove both eyes. He was
He knows where the camera is, right? Even without the eyes, he knows how to work it.
He was adopted about a year ago by one of our amazing staff at the Maryland SPCA, and Earl has been with her for a year now, and he's living his best life.
That's awesome, and he is actually featured here on the board too, so I hear he was a hit with the kids.
He really was. He really was.
He looks so happy.
We send out photos of adopted cats and dogs for the kids to draw, and Earl was drawn more than any other cat or dog, absolutely.
That's awesome, and he's the reason why people should help contribute to the Maryland SPCA and do it in a way like this, because you need funds to make all this happen.
We do. All of the proceeds that come from the art show go 100% to caring for the animals at the Maryland SPCA. The art show will be running this Sunday, May the 21st, from 12 o'clock to 3 p.m. If you are not able to come and purchase art here, we also have a virtual show going on that is running now through the end of May, and you can go to kindnessforpaws.org and purchase a downloadable version of any of these beautiful pieces for $5 a piece.
That's awesome, and we've got the information up on our website if you're interested in doing that too. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And it's a good thing they brought a dog that already has a home, guys, because you know I'm always a sucker for a dog looking for a home. But Earl seems really happy. He's very brave for not having any eyes.
Yep. They adapt.
They're so cute.
Yeah,
they adapt.
Right. And he's just still so cute, though.
He's off. He's off. He's going shopping.
Get ready because Preakness is just 2 days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're speaking with the Art of Racing winner and taking a closer look at this year's merch.
Recreational marijuana will become legal in the state in just a little over a month. Just ahead, how police are working to keep you safe on the roads when that happens. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Thursday, May 18th. Yeah, motorcycle over Tom's shoulder.
I was going to say, there's a metal elephant in the room. Yeah, look at that. That is coming up, yeah.
We're going to explain why this revved into our studio here.
Yeah, distinguished gentlemen are also here in studio, and we'll explain exactly why they were able to bring their cycle in here. Yeah.
And when you say distinguished gentlemen, we're not talking about meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Not today.
It's another title. You like that?
Not at all. Not at all. Let's go outside right now and see what's going on your forecast. Our Towson Cam, yep, lots of sunshine that's out there right now. Temps are not too bad overall. Next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s. Out for a run or a jog, looking good. And our high temps today, right about 70. We'll be in the mid 70s tomorrow, then upper 70s Saturday. So steady warming as we head to the next 2 or 3 days. We do have rain that we've got to contend with on Saturday. I know that's right in the middle of when we have our big Preakness stuff going on. But Black Eyed Susan Day looks great for tomorrow, and today also looking pretty good. Full forecast, we'll do that in just a few.
Baltimore County Public Schools has chosen a new superintendent, but the public had no direct say in choosing Dr. Miriam Yarborough.
And Project Baltimore's Chris Papps is joining us live this morning with more on the decision behind choosing Dr. Yarborough as the new superintendent, why the public had no say. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning. This is something that we were kind of wondering ourselves because Baltimore County Public Schools is the 24th largest school system in the country with 111,000 students. It has a $2.2 billion budget, and whoever leads that school system is responsible for all of that. There's 850,000 people who live in this county, but yet those 850,000 people don't really have any say, a direct say, in who the superintendent of Baltimore County Schools is going to be. Now, we know earlier this week a new superintendent was named. That is Dr. Miriam Yarborough, who's the deputy superintendent under the current superintendent who is leaving after one contract. And the board never made the names public of who the finalists were going to be for the job. The board voted for the superintendent in closed session that the public couldn't even see. The public never got a chance to meet the candidates. The public never got a chance to voice their concerns or question the candidates. A person was just selected who is going to be the next superintendent. And one other point here that's important to point out is the school board doesn't have a very good recent history of picking superintendents. Darrell Williams had a very turbulent 4 years. He wasn't offered a second contract. Relita White, the person before him, was found to have violated ethics rules. Right. Dallas Dance, the person before her, went to jail. So, I mean, is this system really working?
Let's ask you this, Chris. Is this rare? Is it not like this in other counties where the board is the one who's making the decision? Because I guess you could argue that the citizens are electing the board, who then in turn elects the superintendent.
But not in Baltimore County. So the Baltimore County's board has 11 people. 7 of them are elected, 4 of them are appointed. So over a third of the vote, about a third of the vote is not. They're not elected people. They're appointed people by the governor. So in those instances, the people have no say at all. In Carroll County, for example, that's an all-elected board. Right. But the other counties that are in our area that do make the finalists public, Harford County in 2018 had a new superintendent search. They made the finalists public. By the way, that superintendent's still there, so they did a pretty good job picking that person. Wycomico, Washington counties had a new superintendent come in last year. The finalists were announced to the public. They got to meet the people before the board could vote on them and choose somebody. So every county, they can kind of do it the way they want. But in Baltimore County, they've just decided, hey, we're not going to let the public know. It's going to be very closed. And a lot of people are saying that kind of goes with what Baltimore County Public Schools does, which is tend not to be very transparent with the public.
Yeah, you know that firsthand. Thank you, Chris Papps with Project Baltimore.
Yep.
We're just over a month from legalization of recreational marijuana in Maryland, and now Baltimore County Police, they're preparing to keep the streets safe when that happens July 1st.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the steps that they are taking. Shannon.
Well, officers know, Megan, when recreational marijuana becomes legal, many users will be hitting the roads. And so now they are working to determine how to tell if someone is too high to drive. But it's proving to be a little bit more difficult than you might think. Take a look.
It's just one day. This is a one-day kind of an exposure class. You can start.
I probably smoked about 1.5 grams so far.
Not something you see every day, right? Medical marijuana users gathered in a county office building yesterday, smoking and inhaling, for officers to later observe the real impact of marijuana. But determining the level of impairment for driving isn't so easy. Right now, a blood or urine test can provide officers with limited answers, detecting only if you have used cannabis at some point, but not detecting your level of impairment. And that is why officers will also rely on field sobriety tests to determine whether a driver is too impaired to drive.
I'm not 100% sure. We absolutely have an answer for it, and that's why we continue to do this.
So organizers hope that this green lab will help both police officers and users understand how high is too high, even if it can't always be accurately measured. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Shannon, thank you. The EPA blasting Baltimore City for its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall. Still ahead, what the agency is saying and the action they're now demanding.
And as we look ahead to Preakness weekend, we are also keeping an eye on the forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we'll need the umbrellas or maybe a poncho when you make your way down to the races. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Oh, you hear the bugle. Preakness weekend starts tomorrow, and we are getting prepared for all this year has to offer, including the art of racing.
Olivia Dance joining us live from the old hilltop. She's been trackside all morning long, and she's giving us a closer look. And you've been getting up close with some of the horses too, right, Olivia?
Yeah, Megan and Tom, I want to show you actually, this is literally the racetrack right here. So we've had a front row seat. They were just cleaning the track, and I'm actually told that the horses are going to be coming back out here in just a few minutes to resume their workouts. So pretty cool stuff. But this year, a big part of Preakness is the Art of Racing competition. And right now I want to bring in Justin Johnson, who is the winner of this competition.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so for people who don't know, give us just a little bit of background about what the Art of Racing competition actually is.
So the Art of Racing competition is a art competition that's held every year. This is their second year doing it, where the Maryland Jockey Club has partnered with Micah to do an art competition where artists from across the nation can submit original entries for artwork for consideration, and the winner gets to have their artwork produced on official merchandise for the Preakness, as well as VIP tickets and
Very
cash
cool.
prize.
And
So
you are the winner, so you have your design right here on this poster.
Yes, I
Take
do.
a look at that. That is awesome. I'm curious about your process with this, your inspiration. Tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so this was done on my computer through a program called Affinity Designer, my graphic design program. And when I was coming up with this, I was originally going to do kind of watching the horses race right now. I was going to do an image of that, like the horse and the jockey kind of side view, like racing towards the finish line. And I was like, well, you see that kind of all the time.
Yeah.
Like everyone kind of does. I want to do something a little bit different, a little more unique. And so I wanted to focus on the horse and focus on like the actual winner of the race. I feel like the horse is the one that actually wins the race. And so I was like, oh, I thought about the face of victory. Okay, now what can I do with that? Okay. So I do a horse's face, and then I thought like, oh, yep, and thoroughbreds have like that white streak that goes down the middle of their face. So I thought, oh, what if I make that the trophy? And then the Black-Eyed Susan, so that's like the horse's trophy that they get. And then obviously it's Maryland, so I had to do Maryland flag colors just to make it as Maryland as I possibly could.
Well, you are very talented. We appreciate you showing us
Thank
this
you.
and explaining it. And I'm sure it's so exciting to see this on all the merch. We have magnets and stuff here. So you can get the merch this weekend here at Pimlico. So make sure you stop by and pick up this amazing design. I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you, Olivia. And from natural horse racing to some horsepower here in the studio, a sunny day ahead. Highs in the upper 60s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when our next weather maker will be rolling into the region.
Tom, certainly revving things up for one of the largest motorcycle events rolling into Fox 45 here. After the break, why thousands of bikers are getting dressed up on the same day. Can you start that engine, Tom? 8:43 now on Fox 45 Morning News. He's trying a local all morning, maybe not inside.
Oh, it's a unique charity. He's riding for a cause to support the world's largest men's health organization, the Distinguished Gentleman's Ride. It's actually happening in Baltimore this Sunday. Co-captain Christopher Schaefer, he's joining us right now, rolling in through the studios with his bike. Triumph you got there.
Thank you.
A very distinct gentleman right now joining us talking about the event and why so many. We're talking about hundreds of motorcyclists all around the country, all around the world.
All around the world, yeah.
All around the world are doing this for men's health. Tell us about this, and thanks again for bringing in the bike.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a Distinguished Gentleman's Ride. We host the Baltimore part of it, but it's in hundreds of cities all over the world. And so on Sunday, there's going to be motorcyclists riding for men's health. And we've been doing it in Baltimore for a bit over a decade, and we've raised over $85,000 so far.
Yeah, co-chair of this. I mean, you're running it here in the section of Baltimore.
Sure.
You're also, it's Distinguished Gentlemen, and you are also fit people to be suited up. And this is exactly what you do. Tell us about your business.
So I make custom suits for a living, and I love vintage motorcycles, so it's just a perfect pairing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect pairing, and no chalk or rulers needed for the bike, at least, right?
No.
Okay, so you're fitting people here. How does this then encourage men to actually go and see their physicians?
So it just brings some awareness to men's health, prostate cancer, things that guys don't really talk about a lot, and it just kind of puts it in an environment where it's cool and you can kind of just sort of open up a little bit, and it's great. I've been doing it for years. I love it.
We're going to hear a roar. What time Sunday are we going to hear it, and where can we go? Say if we're not a bike rider or something, but we want to kind of support you and head down there and just be able to see it. Where will we go?
So there's a couple events that we're doing on Saturday night. We're having a pre-party at Whitehall Mill, and then on Sunday morning, we're meeting up at Captain James from 10 till noon.
Okay.
We'll have all the bikes that'll be there out in the parking lot. And then we're going to leave out about noon from the lot there, which is right out in front of my shop. We'll be going all around Baltimore for a couple hours, so it'll be quite a spectacle to see a good 100.
They'll hear you before we see you.
Yeah, it's great. It really is fun.
We're talking about all different types of bikes, but mainly also vintage bikes.
A lot of vintage bikes, but we also we get a good mixed bag. But the thing that is everyone's dressed up, and it really is. It's quite a sight. Weather looks good. I think we're in a good spot for Sunday.
Leather suits? Are we wearing leather suits?
Mainly people are going for tweeds and dapper. You know? It's like that's kind of the thing.
Well, of course, and to do that right here, all for a good cause, and of course, one more time, where's your shop located? Alisana Road.
Right, yeah, it's 2112 Alisana, and the best spot to get more information about this is go to gentlemansride.com and look up the Baltimore Ride, and you'll be able to find everything there. Register for the ride. It's going to be a great time.
Easy to find. Googling that, Gentleman's Ride, Baltimore Ride, right there. Christopher Schaefer, thank you so much. Thanks again for bringing in the bike. Megan said she's going to start it up and drive it out here for you.
That'd be great.
Maybe a little noisy, but yeah, she's ready to go.
Yes.
In fact, let's talk about the weather, because talk about perfect weather this weekend for riding, right, Justin?
I mean, temperatures aren't going to be too bad. A little wet Saturday-ish, later into the afternoon and evening. Sunday looks great, so that is good news with temperatures that are going to be in the upper 70s. Gorgeous mornings here that we're going to be dealing with, and we can be a lot hotter. In fact, just last year, we were talking about those low to mid 90s for Preakness weekend. But anything you got going on outside today, tomorrow, again, Saturday, some rain to contend with. Our Towson camera looking pretty good right now with plenty of sunshine. Hank the Bird agrees. Yeah, not a bad morning, right, Hank? Yeah, thanks. Mid-50s next hour with 60s on the way through noon, and we'll get to about the upper 60s and even some lower 70s for today. 76 is typically where we are this time of year. That's the 30-year average. So most of us will be in the upper 60s and a few lower 70s. Those 70s will continue down through D.C. and up north into Philly, about the mid-60s there. If you're heading down the ocean, right about 60 today, but it should be a good weekend, cruising weekend there in Ocean City with a high of 60 today, but nicer and warmer conditions throughout later into the weekend. All right, here we go. Our Preakness weekend forecast. Black-eyed Susan Day, 74 tomorrow. Upper 70s on Saturday. The votes are in just in time. That's the name of the horse. Yeah. I'm tallying them all up, and just in time came through in the clutch. Right on the final turn. Made a nice push. So thanks for all the votes we got on that. It was a lot of fun. A few showers on Saturday. That's what we have to deal with. Now, some of the rain this weekend, it will help with the pollen, but those numbers are just way off the charts here for trees, grass, even mold, all in the high category. That's something got to watch out for, especially if you're getting the grass cut today on your mowcast. Today and tomorrow, green lights. And even if the first part of Saturday you want to get out there and get some of the grass cutting done, Looking good. It's just Saturday afternoon is when some of that rain rolls in. Updated look at some of our weather models. So we're dry today and tomorrow. You'll notice an increase in cloud cover tomorrow afternoon, and then more of that moisture is going to start rolling in with warmer temperatures. Continuing that warming trend on Saturday, but notice where that cold front is right there on 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. So we're going to stay dry, but then between about 5, 6, 7 o'clock, right as that front makes its way in, that's when we'll have the best chance of showers. May see a stray thunderstorm as well before all of that pushes out of here and we're drier on Sunday. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. These temps are great. I mean, low to mid and upper 70s into the weekend, right about 80 on Sunday. Keeping those above average numbers on Monday before those numbers back off a little bit by Tuesday of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is from Vicky, and you can see the smoky sun shot right there, but it is a nice shot either way, and we appreciate that, Vicky, for you sending that in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. The stage is set. We know just in time we heard 7-to-1 odds there, but in the actual race, 2 days away from the 148th running of the Preakness Stakes at Pimlico, we know the final horse in that field of 8 has now arrived, and that, of course, is Laurel's own Coffee with Chris. This Maryland-bred 3-year-old is looking to make a name for itself with an upset here. Coffee with Chris is currently the second long shot at 20-to-1 here. Now, here's the post position and opening odds. On the rail, National Treasure. That's a Bob Baffert horse. It's 4-to-1 odds there. The long shot, Chase the Chaos in the number 2 slot. The favorite, Mage, coming out of 3. Then Coffee with Chris, Red Route 1, and Perform. In the 7, Blazing Sevens, seems appropriate. And on the outside, First Mission, 5-to-2 odds there.
Well, if you're going to the Preakness or Black-Eyed Susan or any events out there this week, and even the Gentleman's Ride this Sunday, we want to see your pictures, your videos. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and we can share them with our viewers. It's all powered by Stackla.
And we are checking out some of the artwork at the Kindness for Paws art show that's happening now to benefit the Maryland SPCA. We'll show you more of the artwork and more of the things you can purchase here, all for a great cause, in a couple of minutes.
And adding a new pet in your life can be a big step. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, you don't want to miss this. We're going to let you know what you need to do when you get your first pup, and we're going to bring in 4 or 5 little teeny tiny puppies.
Oh, my goodness. That gives you energy, but you know what? To keep up with them, you're going to need some caffeine, especially when they're up barking all night long.
Good call. Let's take a coffee break.
Yeah. Before we take a puppy break.
Oh. Topping your morning business report, happening tomorrow, the Baltimore City Department of Human Resources and the Mayor's Office of Employment Development will be holding a hiring event. Starts at 10 a.m. It's going to go till 3 p.m. It's going to take place at the War Memorial Building on North Gay Street. Several city agencies will be conducting interviews and giving employment offers right there on the spot. Some of the participating agencies are the Department of Finance, the city's Health Department, the Department of Public Works, and the city's Department of Transportation. Officials say candidates must complete an application on the city's website before attending. Good luck. According to a new report from Wallet Hub, Maryland ranks 9th in the country for the highest rates of employees who resigned. The report says Maryland's rate for unemployment is at 3.1%, which is up 2.6% from last year. The state with the highest rate of resignation is Louisiana, and the state with the lowest, Massachusetts. That's according to data from this report. Taking a live look now over M&T Bank Stadium this morning, where a state board has approved the Maryland Stadium Authority's request to issue $450 million in bonds to fund upgrades to that facility, according to the Baltimore Sun. Those upgrades should be complete by the year 2025 or 2026. Team president Sashi Brown says that work could begin as early as this year. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Everybody, I've got something to show you today that you're all very familiar with, but there's an extra twist. Now, we all love a good air fryer. It's quick. We avoid the oil, the calories, seriously, like 70% less calories. But as a designer, and I'm sure a lot of you share this with me, I think they're bulky, they're not so cute, and they take up way too much space on the counter. Okay, my rant is over. Needless to say, when the air roll showed up in the mail, I was doing a little dance. Let me tell you about this solution-based product that is going to solve all your bulky air fryer issues. It's called the Air Whirl Crisper, and it can turn any pan into an air fryer. So you just place this lid on any pan that you already have, and your food will be air fried in a fraction of the time. I used it the same day it arrived, put the lid on, press the button, done. And then you're winning because you can put it all away in the drawer. The Air Whirl is so easy to use, battery operated. You can store it without any of those tangled wires. And the thermometer is right here in the front of the lid. So you always know what temperature you are cooking at, just like you would on any traditional air fryer. Right now on ASA Deals, we are offering an exclusive 33% off the Air Whirl Crisper. You guys take advantage of this deal because they're not going to last long. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, May 18th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. It is an exciting week here in Baltimore with Black Eyed Susan Day tomorrow, Preakness. Here we go.
And you just kind of feel it in the air. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
That's what Phil Collins said. He could feel it in the air tonight. So.
Love that song.
Great song, right?
I always think of Ray Lewis with that one, his favorite song.
Good stuff, yeah. I did that in 7th grade drama class.
What?
Yeah.
The drum breakdown?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, my buddy Ben was in the back, and he had a flashlight on me, and all the lights were dark. As soon as the drums hit, all the lights come on, and I'm just going at it.
Why is that not surprising?
Yeah, there's not a lot of that surprises you. Should surprise you about me. All right. I don't know what I was saying. There we go. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. The reason why I'm focusing on that, in about 3 hours, there's going to be a game there. A 12:35 first pitch. A great day for baseball here in Charm City, coming off that win last night. Statewide, our temperatures are cool in western Maryland, but low to mid-50s right now. Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore at 54. So overall, not too bad. And we'll keep those 50s going here for the next couple of hours, sliding into the mid to upper 60s by midday today. And a lot of us will stay in the 60s today, but we do have warmer numbers for all the things happening this weekend. We'll talk about that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have some breaking news here this morning. Firefighters are on the scene of a 3-vehicle crash on Plumtree Road. This is between the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Highway and South Tollgate Road. One person is trapped. We're hearing emergency crews right now are working to get them out. We are going to update you as soon as we learn more. Well, developing now this morning, the EPA is coming down hard on Baltimore City for its handling of the E. coli water contamination last fall.
Shannon Lilly joins us with what the agency is saying and the action they are now demanding. Shannon?
Well, as for what the EPA is demanding, we know that the city now just has 7 days to respond to the order that the EPA issued. And keep in mind that they issued that order yesterday. So really, the city just has 6 days to respond. Where they say the city went wrong, they say that the city did not comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act during that E. coli water contamination incident. And it also says that the city still has not fully complied with the 2010 order requiring the city to cover or treat its uncovered water reservoirs at Druid Lake and Ashburton. So not only does that order from the EPA require the city to respond to the agency and MDE within 7 days, they also now must conduct monthly monitoring and sampling of those two reservoirs, and they must submit monthly progress reports on that. Now, this all comes after, you'll remember, a couple months ago, FOX45 News published an investigation that revealed city leaders potentially misrepresented the response to the E. coli contamination and waited nearly 24 hours to issue a boil water advisory. Then, 2 weeks after that, the Maryland Department of Environment sent a letter to DPW saying the city violated federal and state public notice rules when it came to the E. coli contamination. Mayor Brandon Scott and DPW refuted the violation claims from the state at that time. We have reached out to the mayor's office to find out how they are responding to this EPA order. We have not heard back. Reporting, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Torrential rain and mudslides have killed at least 9 people in northern Italy.
Tom Rogers has the latest from our live center. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, taking you live right now to Italy, overlooking the Garibaldi Square in Parma. That's in Italy's Emilia-Romagna region, and it has been hit particularly hard by the rain. In fact, 10,000 plus have been forced to evacuate their homes, with reports of 9 deaths in the foothills in this area, many still missing. Now, roads turned to rivers. Look at this video right here as heavy rains, where many that were hoping for those rains thought it would help alleviate the drought conditions they've been enduring for months now, but a serious threat in the central Italian region of Emilia-Romagna, because there are already victims and rescuers searching for those missing. Hundreds of people were rescued from their flooded homes, including a pregnant woman. We have video of that rescue. That is just one of the hundreds of rescues. You're getting an example of how many times they had to do that. And you can see that's right in a very populated area there as they're rescuing this pregnant woman. So that's one video to show you they've repeated this hundreds of times over days. Formula One has also announced the cancellation of this weekend's Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix that is taking place right near this location because of that heavy flooding. And because of all the prep work that was involved and the emergency crews that are still out trying to rescue people, they cannot withstand all the crowds that they would be gathering here for the Grand Prix. So that's been canceled here. Of course, we will continue to update on this story as soon as we hear more. That's the latest from our live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. In a city in crisis now, we are getting reports of a double shooting around 11 last night.
An 18-year-old man and a 21-year-old man went to a hospital for non-life-threatening gunshot wounds. Investigators believe the shooting happened on Pall Mall Road near the Northwest Healthcare Center.
Anyone with information is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number right there on your screen. It's 1-866-7-LOCK-UP.
Baltimore is dealing with an unrelenting wave of juvenile violence, and now the surgeons who are overworked trying to save lives say something needs to be done to save young people.
Shock Trauma's Dr. Thomas Scalea spoke to our Maxine Stryker about what he is calling a public health emergency.
Without shock trauma, where would Baltimore be? How much higher would the homicide count be every year?
A lot.
Yeah. More than 100?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see 700 or 800 gunshot wounds this year if the year continues along as it has. 100 is not out of the question.
And how crazy is it to think about that? What if you guys weren't here, you know?
It's, I think about that more than every once in a while, including right now as I think about this young kid that we just finished taking care of.
Now, Scalia says he almost didn't make it to the interview with us as he was in surgery after a young person came in with stab wounds. Surgeons say it is an all too common sight.
Are you able to go home at night and turn your brains off and not think about these kids that you're treating?
I don't think so. What we're doing is harming a whole generation of citizens, of children. It is just not right that the #1 cause of death in children is gun violence. It's just not right.
And see Maxine Stryker's full interview with Dr. Scalia at foxbaltimore.com.
President Joe Biden is in Japan this morning for a G7 summit, but debt ceiling negotiations are still top of mind.
While he is overseas, his Treasury Secretary will be meeting with banking leaders about the path forward.
National correspondent Atra Anashar joins us live from Capitol Hill. She's got the details. Good morning, Atra.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen's meeting with top bankers today is just one example of this debt ceiling impasse's impact on the real world economy. So today, by the way, is marking exactly 2 weeks until the first potential X date of when the Treasury could run out of extraordinary measures to pay the bills and trigger a first ever U.S. default. So the Treasury says Yellen's meeting will be with the board of directors of the Bank Policy Institute. It's a research group that lobbies and advocates for banks, and it's chaired by J.P. Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon, who, along with Yellen, has long believed Washington should just get rid of the debt ceiling altogether, arguing it's simply a vehicle for chaos. Now, Dimon has been open about his so-called war room meetings in recent weeks, where he's talking to clients about how to weather a potential default. And bankers like Dimon are certainly influential here in Washington, but avoiding a default will ultimately come down to an agreement between President Biden and Speaker McCarthy. Both say they don't think there will be that worst-case scenario, but at the same time, we've yet to see any real progress, and they're running low on time.
Atra, at the same time, there's a group of Democratic senators calling on President Biden to use the 14th Amendment to raise the debt ceiling. What's the argument here?
Right, so they're concerned about two things. The first being a potential default, and the second being that President Biden will be forced into a corner and have to agree to spending cuts Democrats oppose in order to avoid the first scenario. And among the signatories of this letter to the president are Senators Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Tina Smith, Debbie Stabenow. They're telling the president he would have the support of their Senate majority to use the 14th Amendment, which states that the validity of the public debt of the U.S. shall not be questioned. Some scholars argue this would allow the president to legally order the Treasury to keep paying the bills, but even President Biden has shown skepticism about how it would actually play out in the courts. Now, an arguably more far-fetched idea that's been floated over the decades is minting a $1 trillion coin. That really doesn't seem like a plausible scenario that anyone would get on board with, but it's a backup, maybe a plan C or D. But over on the House side, we're seeing another backup plan try to be in the works. Democratic leadership is trying to fast-track legislation for a clean debt ceiling that was actually filed back in January. And it would be clean, so it would not come with spending cuts, but it would require some Republican support, which, of course, right now they just don't have.
All right, national correspondent Atra Anashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, start thinking about your bets and get your fascinators ready because we are just 2 days now away from the 148th Preakness Stakes.
As we gear up for Saturday's big race, Olivia Dance is live this morning from Old Hilltop with a preview. Olivia, good morning. We need to get you a hat.
Yeah, I definitely need one of those, Megan and Patrice. But yeah, it is a beautiful morning. It's starting to warm up out here, and we have had a front row seat all morning. This is how close we are to the racetrack. Check this out. There's actually a horse coming down right now. They are so beautiful this close in person here, and they've been out here all morning doing their workouts, and we've seen people gathering just to watch those workouts. So it's been a really cool opportunity. Even this morning, way earlier this morning, we saw the horses at their stables as they were just getting up for the morning. So we've seen a lot, and it's been awesome to watch this process. Now, to give you some background, there are 8 horses competing in this year's Preakness Stakes. Let's go ahead and pull up some video of those horses now. As I said, they are just beautiful. National Treasure was the first horse to get to Pimlico on Saturday. Then on Sunday, Blazing Sevens got here, as well as Mage, who is the Kentucky Derby winner and, of course, a huge favorite. And Mage was actually just out here on the track about 20 minutes ago, so we got to see him doing his morning workouts. And the other horses racing include Chase the Chaos, Coffee with Chris, Red Route 1, Perform, and First Mission. And all of those horses have actually arrived here. They are in the vicinity at Pimlico. Also this morning, the Alibi Breakfast is happening. That started at 9, so just a few minutes ago. And it'll be an opportunity to discuss race predictions and recognize those who have made significant contributions to the racing industry. Let's take one last look here as some horses are coming down the racetrack. Again, people have been here all morning just watching these workouts. And stick around also because coming up in about 30 minutes, we actually just spoke with some of the owners of Mage, and stick around to hear what they had to say. But it was a pretty interesting interview, so I'll send it back to you guys.
Probably smoked about 1.5 grams.
Well, getting high in front of police, all to help make streets safer. In our next half hour, how Baltimore County Police are preparing for recreational marijuana in Maryland.
And stay tuned to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. In 10 minutes, you're going to have another chance to win 4 free tickets to the Preakness Stakes. All you have to do is watch for your cue to call and win. 9:12 now on Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Making headlines this morning, Montana is the first state in the nation to officially ban TikTok.
The state's Republican governor signing it into law on Wednesday, and that law bans downloads of the app, fining the app store or company for any time someone is offered the ability to access the platform or download the app.
Now, users would not be penalized. Critics call it government overreach and say residents can use a VPN to bypass the ban.
Interesting. Well, back in December, former Governor Larry Hogan announcing an emergency order banning TikTok from computers and devices in the executive branch of Maryland's government. A statement from the former governor says TikTok creates an unacceptable level of cybersecurity risk to the state.
In February of this year, Baltimore City banned TikTok from the city's computer network, according to a memo from the Baltimore City Information Technology Department. The notice said there would be exceptions made for people who have work-related reasons for using the social media platform.
All right, 9:16, and it is time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here looking at what's going on out there for us.
Uh-oh, what's wrong?
There's puppies in the building.
Yes.
So
Yes.
people are losing
their
Are there 5?
Look, I just kind of breezed by the lobby. I was like, I'm not going out there because there's too many people around.
Oh, I can't wait. That's coming up in less than 10 minutes.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, 9:24.
Okay. Well, I'll get to the weather so we can get to the puppies. Here we go, our live cam in downtown Baltimore. Looking very nice right now. A little smudge on the lens right there. But looking out of the stadiums, all good. M&T Bank Stadium, of course, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Probably already people. Actually, a lot of cars there along the warehouse because we've actually got some folks that are going to be heading out to the game in just a couple of hours, 12:35 for that first pitch today against the Angels. Our captain's cast ahoy. Looking at numbers in the next couple of hours. Easterly wind about 5 to 10 knots. It's increasing later today. Some of that southerly wind's going to pick up and out of the southeast as well. And we do have a small craft advisory, boaters and watermen, that is going to go into effect after 6 o'clock this evening. So just know temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. You can see low tide there at 1:38 and high tide at 6:35 this afternoon into the evening time. Yeah, now they're in the studio, so the puppies are getting closer. All right, mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Right about 69 in Towson, 68 Perry Hall and White Marsh, lower 70s for Baltimore down through Dundalk for today. And you can see in Howard and Anne Arundel counties will keep those mid to upper 60s going as well. For Elk Ridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena, right about 67 in Annapolis for today. As I mentioned, the O's taking on the Angels or the Halos, and that first pitch cast is going to be looking pretty good at 12:35 with mid 60s on our way to the upper 60s here and even close to 70 by the end of the game. And of course, Preakness is tomorrow. Well, Preakness weekend starts tomorrow. It's basically been all week, but Black-Eyed Susan Day looks great. Mid 70s, dry conditions. Will be a little warmer on Saturday. More cloud cover, some showers, maybe a stray thunderstorm. So we have to watch for that on Saturday afternoon. Let me show you what's going on with our future skim. Overall, we keep the dry conditions for the next few days, but we'll get more of that warmer air moving in from the south for tomorrow afternoon. And then Saturday, again, looks mainly dry for the first half of the day. But as that cold front moves in after about 2, 3 o'clock and moving right into that 6, 7 o'clock hour, that's more than likely when a few of those showers will start to move through. So the clouds will be with us. It'll be a bit muggy, but nowhere near the temperatures that we saw last year. So 77 for just in time right there. Right about 80 on Sunday, and we'll keep those temps in the upper 70s for Monday into early next week.
If you are planning on seeing Bruno Mars at Preakness Live, you're going to have to stay late.
It'll be worth it. Meanwhile, Lifestyle host Mark Clark has more details. Mark.
We'll have to wait to see Bruno Mars until 8 p.m. There's a good reason last year the performances were spread out between Friday and Saturday, and often at the same time the horses were racing. So this year, the attendees don't have to choose between the two experiences. The headline performances will be happening after the race in Saturday evening. All attendees will have the opportunity to move to the infield to witness Bruno Mars. That's right. One of the hottest artists in the world is right here in Baltimore, Preakness. Don't pass this up. And you mentioned, Meg, the ticket prices, or Patrice, you might have mentioned it. The ticket prices are through the roof normally. So here's a chance to get in there for a discount.
Mark, the puppies have arrived.
I'm sorry.
There's Bruno
Nobody's
Mars
listening
and
to
there's
nothing I'm saying.
puppies. I mean, it's quite the conundrum here.
That's true.
But it's going to be packed there. And I like that it's later, so now you don't have, I know. I mean.
And you don't have to buy separate tickets. If you had
Exactly.
tickets to the grandstands, you can come over to the infield and
And you could take your puppy in your purse to see Bruno.
You don't need tickets to see these
my
cuties.
goodness.
You could name one of the puppies Bruno.
And actually, he's like the
But we don't
size
talk
of the
about
puppy,
Bruno.
so it's kind of amazing.
We have to go.
Mark, thank you.
Puppies are here.
Thank you, Mark.
Exactly.
We appreciate it.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
All right, well, here you go. Now is your chance to get in on all the Preakness fun. You can win tickets to the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening on Saturday. You can win 4 tickets to the race. The puppies are intently listening.
They're watching their little faces going back and forth.
If they had little puppy phones, they'd be calling in.
Well, here you go. 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Keep watching all week. We are giving away tickets now through tomorrow, Friday, on Fox 45 Morning News.
And we are at the Kindness for Paws art show this morning. You guys have puppies. We've got pictures of puppies here. We'll let you know what this show is all about and how you can help out the Maryland SPCA in just a little bit.
All right, you ready for this? You can't get enough. Some of the cutest guests we have ever seen telling us about the products that you should have before you bring one of these cuties home with you. It's 9:21 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All right, well, we like when Dr. Hammond comes, but, you know, today it's
conjunction.
Tough. There is nothing cuter than a new puppy. Look, we have 5 new puppies here. Six? There's 6 puppies here. Oh, my gosh. Taking care of one puppy is a big responsibility, so we need to figure out how to do that. What you need when you bring home a new furry friend. We do have Dr. Kim Hammond here from Falls Road Animal Hospital. We've got the owner of these adorable puppies, Brandy Arnold, is here sitting next to me. Thank you so much for bringing in the puppies.
Thank you for letting me
She's
bring
already told us we can't have any. She's got plans for her family with these, but oh my goodness, Dr. Hammond.
You know what's funny? So these are Chihuahua pug mixes, but there may be a Mastiff in this.
Oh my.
Because apparently the female really loves the neighbor who's a Mastiff. So imagine a Chihuahua loving this big Mastiff.
So they're going to be this size for 2 minutes.
We don't know.
You get it home and it's going to grow. So, all right,
Yeah.
I'm going to try and focus. I told you it's
Okay.
going to be difficult.
Yeah.
What do you have to think about when you're bringing home a new puppy?
Well, you know, perhaps have a stocked liquor cabinet. You know, you get up in the morning, you have a cappuccino and 5 puppies. It's a lot. It's a lot.
And somehow we needed somebody to hold all the puppies. Look at all the guests here today.
Exactly.
I mean,
Well, you know what's so funny? She's given them all to her family, and they're all living in the area. So all the puppies are going to be buddies their whole time.
How beautiful is that? Did you know I'm a cousin?
Okay. I'll keep you in mind.
And the good news is, you know, look, this happened by accident, but all these animals are going to get spayed and neutered. It's not going to happen again.
Okay.
This just happens sometimes, you know. It just happens. Just the way life is.
So what if if I could convince Brandy that I should take one of these home, what do I need to take home with me?
You go to your veterinarian right away. You check the stool. You get them on a heartworm, flea, and tick medicine right away. You get their vaccines. You get the right, you know, everything. And actually good physical exams, because as it turned out, one of these puppies probably had the umbilical cord strangled on its leg, and it lost its leg.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You wouldn't know it. The dog doesn't care. It's a tripod. You know, it's perfectly fine.
That's okay.
Yeah,
that
it's fine.
did not make that doggy any less cute to
No,
us here. We didn't even see that part.
No, exactly. So, you know, look, puppies require a lot of love, a lot of attention. House training, when you have 5
that's
puppies,
the thing.
I don't know how you do it.
I don't either.
I don't know how you do it.
But somehow when they're this cute, you figure it out.
Yeah, but can you imagine? I mean, 5 puppies to house train at the same time. And I don't know how you even teach them to sit and stay, because when you're teaching one, the other 4 are screwing around, and they're going to pay attention to each other and not going to pay attention to you. So you're saying sit, and the puppy's going, no.
All right, so Dr. Newman, you have set a standard. You are no longer allowed to come without 5 or 6 puppies.
I really, when you look up the word invisible in the dictionary,
no,
this is it.
We see you right now.
Oh,
we
sure
thank
you do.
We appreciate you.
Yeah.
I have to keep this one. You're the one who brought all the happiness in.
Yeah, turn away that way and tell me what color my tie is.
You're in all orange today.
Yeah. No tie scrubs.
All right. Well, after a cool start to the morning, we can expect temperatures in the 60s for the afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking a warm-up ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. And actually, the show is over. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Get ready, because Preakness is just 2 days away. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to the racetrack where preparations are underway.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday. 9:31 is the time. Nothing to look at here.
No. carry on. Just a normal morning news show with puppies.
I have no idea how we're going to carry on. These are the most precious, and they just snuggle right into you.
You said it is a therapy. There is something about it that is magical.
We need some emotional support animals all the time here.
We're going to keep them for every news story throughout this next half hour, at least the next 30 seconds at least.
All right, let's send it over to
How many puppies are there? Like, how come I didn't get one?
There's 6. Did you not have a chance? I was going to say,
we can get you, Justin a puppy.
Nika the weather wolf will be too jealous.
I know.
I don't want my old girl to be upset. So looking outside right now, good morning to you. Great morning to get the dogs walked as we take a look outside right now. There's our downtown Baltimore shot, and we've got our beautiful conditions here with lots of sunshine over there. Oriole Park at Camden Yards are getting ready to play in just a little bit. 12:35 is going to be that first pitch. Statewide, our temperatures in the 40s and 50s right now for Oakland and Cumberland. 51 in Hagerstown. We're in the low to mid 50s for Bel Air and Westminster, down through Baltimore City, even down through Annapolis. So out for a run or a jog. Overall, kind of cool, but starting to slowly warm up. Looking at upper 50s here next hour and lower 60s into the 11 o'clock hour with that sun that'll be with us. So barely to about 70 today for most of us. Will be warmer tomorrow and then warmer still on Saturday, but we are carrying at least that chance for some rain showers. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
9:32. We are just over a month from the legalization of recreational marijuana in the state, and now the Baltimore County Police Department, they're trying to prepare to keep the streets safe when that happens on July 1st.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the steps they're taking. Shannon.
Yeah, officers know when recreational marijuana becomes legal, many users will be hitting the roads, but now they're learning to identify how to tell if someone is too high to drive, but that's proving to be more difficult than you might think.
It's just one day. This is a one-day kind of an exposure class.
You can start.
I probably smoked about 1.5 grams so far.
Not something you see every day, right? Marijuana users gathered in a county office building yesterday, smoking and inhaling, for police officers to later observe the real impact of marijuana. But determining the level of impairment for driving isn't always easy. Right now, a blood or urine test can provide officers with limited answers, detecting only if you have used cannabis at some point, but not detecting your level of impairment. And that's why officers will also rely on field sobriety tests to determine whether a driver is too impaired to drive.
I'm not 100% sure. We absolutely have an answer for it, and that's why we continue to do this.
And organizers say they hope that this green lab will not only help police officers, but also users identify how high is too high, even though it can't always be accurately measured. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Some breaking details here this morning surrounding a chase with Meghan and Prince Harry in New York.
That's right. Tom Rogers at the Life Center with the details that the couple says started with the paparazzi almost causing a catastrophic collision. So what happened here?
Yeah, that's exactly it. This is Tuesday night, and what do you think automatically when you hear this? Princess Diana, Harry's mother. Well, taking you live to New York right now, where the chase apparently happened late Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, involving dozens of paparazzi members on motorcycles, scooters, cars. The couple says the 2-hour chase risked their lives of not only them, but the pedestrians, police officers, not to mention their entourage. Now, Prince Harry's spokesperson says the experience reminded the entire royal family of what happened to his mother, Princess Diana, and that horrific result. There's a New York yellow cab driver who spoke this morning. He says that the couple was shuffled into his vehicle at one point. He says he's been around celebrities before in New York and the chaos of the photographers and reporters fighting to get a picture, but this was, quote, insane. The couple switched vehicles 3 times before police were able to smuggle them back to their friend's apartment in a squad car. And they were able to avoid the dozens of photographers waiting outside the police precincts because they knew they went in there at one point. Officials in New York this morning now want better standards to keep everyone safe and to have restrictions of how much photographers are allowed to, quote, stalk celebrities. Private security owner at the event where Harry and Princess were attending said the paparazzi wanted to find out where the couple was staying while they were in New York City. And he said that their vehicles ran red lights while pedestrians were trying to cross crosswalks. They drove onto oncoming traffic right along 34th Street in Manhattan, driving the wrong way down one-way streets, all just to get one picture. No word this morning, though, from that couple, but still, that's the latest from the Live Center. Some more details come out this morning, and hopefully we'll hear from Meghan and Prince Harry a little bit later on. Meghan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, well, start thinking about your bets and get your fascinators ready because we are just 2 days away from the 148th Preakness Stakes.
And as we gear up for Saturday's big race, Olivia Dance is live this morning from Pimlico Racecourse with a preview. And Olivia, this all kicks off tomorrow with Black Eyed Susan Day.
Yeah, Meghan and Patrice, good morning. There's lots of exciting things ahead, a big weekend, and right now I'm sitting in the grandstands, and check this out. This is a front row seat to the racetrack here. We've had a great seat here all morning. This is about as close as you can get other than being actually on the track, and the morning workouts for the horses just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago, but we've been seeing them out here all morning, so we've had that front row look, and it's been really awesome to watch that so close. Now, there are 8 horses competing in this year's Preakness Stakes. Let's go ahead and pull up some video of those horses now. They are so beautiful. National Treasure was the first horse to get to Pimlico on Saturday. On Sunday, Blazing Sevens got here, as well as Mage, who is the Kentucky Derby winner and, of course, a huge favorite. And Mage was actually just out on the track here just a little bit ago. And we also spoke with one of Mage's owners, who tells me that he is confident Mage will do well on Saturday.
I'm 100% confident, yeah. I mean, the weather concerns me. You know, the chance of rain. He's never run on a wet track. He did get to train a little bit on it at Churchill Downs over the last week or so before he shipped here. So he's been on a wet surface, but not in a race.
Now, Mage is the only horse running in Preakness that was also in the Kentucky Derby. The other horses racing include Chase the Chaos, Coffee with Chris, Red Route 1, Perform, and First Mission. And all of the horses have now arrived here at Pimlico. So very exciting. Now, there aren't too many people out here in the grandstand anymore, but this morning, this whole area was packed with people watching the morning workouts. Again, those have wrapped up for the morning, but it has been awesome to see. And you can really just tell that everyone is so excited for the big weekend ahead. But for now, reporting live at Pimlico, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
We are checking out the Kindness for Paws art show this morning. Not only can you purchase art in support of the Maryland SPCA, you can also get your pet some toys or some clothes. We'll give you a look inside actually the store they have open here in just a couple of minutes.
And a sunny day ahead with highs in the 60s. Our next chance for rain, though, comes just in time for the Preakness. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that system ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 9:38. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
We are surrounded by doggies today. It's been a good day. The Maryland SPCA is hosting its 10th annual art show in support of homeless animals.
Partnering with over 40 Baltimore area schools featuring student artwork on display at White Marsh Mall. Amy Aronson giving us a little preview this morning. Hi, Amy.
Hey, yeah, not only do they have artwork, but they also have things you can purchase for your pet, all for that good cause, the Maryland SPCA. So we're here with Melissa Welch this morning, who's been showing us around. The artwork is down on the lower level. If you're walking through the mall, you can check it out.
Correct.
But then you can pop upstairs, and you guys have this store filled with everything you really need for your pet.
Everything you could want. Welcome to Lucy's Closet. This is our store, which has anything and everything you could want for your cat or dog, and we also have some non-cat dog items in the back there as well. And the Lucy's Closet store will be open starting tomorrow from 4 to 8. On Saturday, it will be open 12 to 5, and on Sunday, it'll be open at the same time as the art show, which is 12 to 3. So you can purchase some art and then come upstairs and wander around and see what you'd like for your own cats and dogs.
Yeah, some fun stuff in here.
And this is a name your price sale. So you can browse, collect whatever you would like, and you can decide what you would like to give to purchase.
That's
and
awesome.
All of the proceeds go to support the Maryland SPCA's Lucy Community Fund, and that fund helps to keep pets with their families.
That is awesome. Such a good cause. If you want to help out or come out yourself, we have information on our website. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Megan Patrice, the little...
Oh, it might have cut out, but look at all of the fun toys and clothing.
Right. So
Aw.
the cuteness there, the cuteness here.
It's too much.
That's pretty awesome out there, too. All right, well, a sigh of relief for parents and caretakers, what Uber is doing to ensure your child's safety while using the rideshare app.
And the horses may be the stars of the Preakness, but how about we show you a little love for the jockeys? Up next, we are live with the female jockey turned host, learning how she's getting herself ready for the big weekend. It is 9:43 now on Good Day Baltimore.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
The Preakness Stakes is just 2 days away. We've got Black Eyed Susan Day tomorrow, and we are getting you ready for the ultimate experience. Preakness spokesperson, the one and only racehorse jockey, Callie Francois, joining us live here in studio with more. Thank you so much for being here.
Listen, the puppy act is a tough act to follow, but thank you so much for having me. We are excited. We've gone from now we're going from the puppies to the Preakness, so things are about to get really ramped up starting tomorrow.
And this is going to be exciting. You are a big part of this. Tell us about your role.
So for this year, I will be, along with, we have some other wonderful talent coming in with us from Gulfstream Park's Samantha Perry and Claudia Spadaro. As far as international talent, Naomi Tucker. Joining us, all of us, it's a group of fantastic women that are going to guide you through our picks and analysis of the races all throughout Black Eyed Susan, all throughout Preakness Stakes. We're all actually working the races today at Pimlico.
And you're an expert. You're doing this side of it, but normally you're saddling up. You are a jockey yourself, just taking a weekend off here, a little time.
It's been a while since I've been in the saddle in the afternoon, and normally I ride out in the mornings. But yes, this year I'm all about being behind the desk. So you'll be seeing me behind the desk, hosting throughout Pimlico.com live stream and sitting on the turf track everywhere.
Let me ask you this: in your experience as a jockey, what's going through your mind? You've ridden at Preakness before. What is the emotional toll this is taking on you as you're getting on that horse?
Really, it's all about, for me, as everybody's different. So I can only speak for myself, but really it's all about analyzing what you're going to be doing and what you focus on the job. You focus on the job that's out there. And then for me, I'm a performer, so I love riding in the big crowds of Preakness. And you really do only feel the butterflies once you get in the gate. But
once you're in there, is it you and the horse? Do you know the horse well enough that you know how they're going to respond to different situations?
And not all the time, but once you get in the gate, you cannot afford to be thinking about yourself.
Right.
You have to stay as calm as possible because those horses in those tight claustrophobic gates, they just want to get out, and you have to keep them calm.
And you and I were talking commercial. There's some local jockeys saddling up this weekend. Let's talk about them and what you think.
Yes, so we have Sheldon Russell on Chase the Chaos. We do have Fergal Lynch on, Perform, 15-to-1 shot, who I will have underneath. That is one of my underneath picks in third or fourth place.
Okay.
Yes, coming from the Federico Tessio.
So put that in a trifecta, maybe?
Exactly. So it comes from the Federico Tessio, which is a win and you're in here in Maryland for the Preakness. So which is super fun.
I feel like I need to be writing this down.
And then, of course, also another local coffee with Chris. Jamie Rodriguez will be taking the ride for John Salzman Jr. So a lot of fun local talent that's going to be supporting Maryland here in Preakness 148.
Who are you putting your money on?
Okay, so I've First Mission, Mage, National Treasure, and Perform. So a couple of those might switch around, but those are my initial picks. I do have First Mission on top just because the race sets up so well for him and he's fresh coming into this Preakness. So we'll see. But
so box those picks and then
I would suggest box those picks. But Olivia is right. Mage has been going incredibly over this old hilltop racetrack.
Callie, you are a wealth of information. I'm going to talk to you more and send it to Justin because I don't want everyone else to hear all my picks here, all the how I'm going to make my master money.
So what about just in time? That he's a late entry.
Justin has his own entry, his horse. Well, I think the odds are looking pretty good.
Yeah.
We'll introduce you.
It was 7-1 earlier, so.
It's currently a cartoon horse, but it's got potential.
Okay.
It's not a cartoon horse. I'm going to show you him in a second.
Would you call it a graphic?
It's a graphic.
A graphic horse.
He's very still.
Oh.
All right. Good morning. All right. Good morning. Looking at our live cam right now, there's M&T Bank Stadium. There's Oriole Park and Camden Yards. Look closely. Look at right there. You see right there, right in front of the warehouse? That's a bunch of school buses lined up. Man, that's so cool. But school bus kids get to go see an Orioles game? I didn't get to do that. Well, I didn't grow up here, but maybe my wife did. Either way, yeah, we have an afternoon game. Speaking of the O's on your O's cast, 12:35, less than 3 hours till that first pitch as the final game against the Angels taking place today, and temps are looking great. Mid-60s for that first pitch, upper 60s into the fifth inning. Great day to fly today, two pilots with our VFR day ahead, visual flight rules. So can practice all those IMC maneuvers while you're up there at VFR. It's the best time to do that. Upper 60s and lower 70s. Most of us will be in the 60s, but a few lower 70s here and there for the afternoon. Right about 70 in D.C., 60 down the ocean today, and 66 in Philly, 70 in Richmond. Now, numbers are going to stay below average today and tomorrow. They'll start sneaking above average into Saturday and Sunday, and those temps kind of rising as we go toward next week, which is going to be Memorial Day weekend next weekend. So on your grill cast, if you want to throw some meat or veggies on the grill this afternoon, mid to upper 60s, looking great for some patio eating and patio grilling as well. And here's that 7-day forecast. Where did she? Oh, she's already.